Professor Ashwini ma'am. Professor Ashwini, she's outside. Can you please call her? Please occupy the chairs. Let's rise in our seats as we welcome revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir. A big round of applause, my friends. Let's rise in our seats and welcome with a round of applause the dignitaries for this important ceremony. I request all the dignitaries to join hands for lighting the traditional lamp. Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir, Dr. Jayant Khandare sir, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, all are requested to join hand. Yogi Amarnath ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Bhatkar sir. All the dignitaries are joining hands for lighting the traditional lamp, which is an important tradition of our motherland. A lamp lit shows the way to us towards the noble cause of world peace. And with this lighting of traditional lamp, the first World Conference on Consciousness and Ultimate Reality is unveiled. A big round of applause, my friends. It's an important occasion in this important gathering today. I request everyone to keep standing because it is the moment, as per the tradition of MIT group of institutions. All the dignitaries are gathering. My friends, it has been the tradition of MIT group of institutions that every important occasion, every important day starts with a very special prayer. All the students and faculty members are aware, but let me repeat for all the guests, those who are present here today. This prayer, which we call World Peace Prayer, is a prayer which does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any particular section of society. This prayer is a gift to us by revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, who has personally handcrafted this prayer and ensured that not a single word of any religion is part of this prayer. So I request everyone present here today to please join their hands, close their eyes, concentrate, bring the image of your mother, father, your deity in front of your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nivrittidasu Avadhari Godi गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. My friends, dignitaries on the dais, we all have gathered here today for the first World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality. For thousands of years, the study of human consciousness was largely a work of philosophers. The French philosopher René Descartes introduced the concept of mind-body dualism, or the idea that while the mind and body are separate, they still do interact. The American psychologist William James compared the consciousness to a stream unbroken and continuous despite constant shifts and changes. The psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud focused on understanding the importance of the consciousness and conscious mind. This, probably one of its kind conference, the first World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality, will strive really hard to understand the hidden meanings of consciousness and walk the path towards ultimate reality. Today, we are really fortunate that we are going to witness many eminent personalities, and they would be sharing their thoughts from this dais. But before we go any further, I would like to invite Dr. Jayant Khandareji, the professor and director of MIT School of Consciousness and Ultimate Reality at MIT-WPU University, to give introductory remarks and welcome address.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here today and welcome all of you for the first World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality. Great scientist Albert Einstein mentioned that science without religion is lame and religion without science is blind. And Honorable Dr. Karad practices this often and mentions it to remind us the objective of human being, mind, matter, and philosophy and consciousness. It's great pleasure to be here today. Indeed, in 1996, there was first philosophy conference held in this venue. And since then, the journey of education, transformation, world peace has been actually structured. And after a long time, it's an occasion for all of us to translate the scientific content for the society. We know that the world population is more than 7.8 billion. And more than the fundamental necessities, the world needs more peace and the consciousness as before. It's great honor to introduce today with the great minds, scientists of this country, leaders, including Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, our brain surgeon, neurosurgeon, and spine surgeon, Dr. Deepak Ranade. Welcome our Vice Chancellor. On behalf of Rahul V. Karad sir, I present this conference to the attendees today. We have series of talks for next 48 hours in this great place where we are sitting. And this is more going to be a roundtable conference than our traditional conferences where everybody can actually speak and participate. I would like to have a small disclaimer for this conference that all the content is going to be recorded and it will be transferred into transcripts and it will be published as a proceedings with your consents. In the final, tomorrow in the evening, after valedictory function, we will have a Pune declaration for this consciousness conference, and this outcome would be shared with world leaders who understand the consciousness and the ultimate reality. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you and enjoy this School of Consciousness initiated First World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for making the concept of First World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality, clear to everyone in the audience. Thank you very much, sir. I would now like to request renowned philosopher, writer, and scientist about mind, matter, and consciousness, senior professor at MIT School of Consciousness and Ultimate Reality, MIT World Peace University, and the organizing secretary of this conference, Dr. Deepak Ranade-ji, to share his thoughts about the theme of the conference.
Thank you, Mandar. Professor Dr. Karad, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, all the eminent dignitaries on the dais, as well as my friends who've assembled in very impressive numbers over here. During my interactions with Dr. Bhatkar and Dr. Karad and my profession as a neurosurgeon, there were many opportunities for me to constantly delve into understanding what exactly comprises consciousness. And my journey has been increasingly very, very long, and I've even had the privilege of visiting the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, because somewhere I felt that if we can understand what matter is all about, then we can probably find an answer to this Descartes' mind-matter duality. But we've not been able to get answers to the matter, what comprises matter. And in fact, there have been some scientists who have said that there doesn't exist anything like matter. So as one of the prayers which was mentioned at the start of this program, which is Purnata Purnamidam, you remove completeness from completeness and what remains is still completeness. This is a absolutely incredible philosophy that our Indian knowledge systems gives us. And extrapolating this further, I probably feel that the answer to understanding consciousness lies hidden not in the Large Hadron Collider or these linear accelerators or quantum physics, but more in the Indian philosophical systems. And the whole objective of this conference was to lay the first brick into setting up a tradition where we will have great minds, and perhaps the confluence of science and spirituality itself only can lead us to the final answer. And coming back to this Purnata Purnamidam, which is one of the most beautiful shlokas that I've ever been able to understand or try to understand, the same logic is, can consciousness ever study consciousness? And if I try to use my consciousness to study consciousness, will that ever be possible? And I think the answer to that lies in our Indian knowledge systems, where the self-effacement or bhakti, which is of a total, where surrender. And I have realized, and I'm absolutely convinced of this fact, that in the morning, just when we started, we paid our obeisance to Santa Dnyaneshwar, whose philosophy is actually unfortunately relegated to some kind of a religious connotation, but it is the ultimate truth. I am convinced of it. And it is my decided mission in life to remove the philosophy and the knowledge of Santa Dnyaneshwar from the absolutely restrictive binding of religion and bring it on a world platform to make it realize that this is the ultimate truth. As per Santa Dnyaneshwar's understanding, and from what I have been able to make a little bit sense of it, I have realized one very important thing, as a brain surgeon also, that my sense organs are incapable of understanding the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is something that transcends the sense organs. And as quantum physics is also approaching this, that the intelligent observer is of paramount importance to the existence of the observed world. I think that a lot of energy and time has been spent on studying the projection. The whole universe is a projection on the screen of my consciousness, and the ultimate truth is the screen. And when we are trying to dissect and disseminate and try to make sense of this projection, the real truth is actually the screen on which this projection has been projected. So I hope that this conference will shed more light. We've got some great minds. We've got some, in the one session in the afternoon, we've got a great thinker from Italy who's going to be giving a talk via Zoom. He's going to be talking on syntropy. So I am very, very certain that the way forward, as per Swami Vivekananda's dream, which he had said, that India will be the force to reckon with and the guru of the whole world. I think we are taking small steps in that direction, because unraveling the ultimate truth is eventually going to be not just a matter of science, but it's going to be a confluence or a synthesis of science and spirituality. I welcome all the delegates once again, and I hope that this conference is a very big success and we will be able to replicate its story year after year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Ranade-ji. Thank you very much for showing faith that this conference will have its immense contribution towards understanding and walking the path of ultimate reality. Thank you very much, sir. And now is time in this inaugural session that we welcome and felicitate the dignitaries that we have here with us today. I would like to request Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries for this session. We are really fortunate enough to have as the chief guest and the keynote speaker of this session, the world-famous computer scientist and Chancellor of Nalanda University, Padma Bhushan, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, sir. I request Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir. A big round of applause, my friends. A big round of applause. A very tall personality is present here with us today. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Yogi Amarnath ji. A big round of applause, my friends, for Yogi ji's presence and blessings for this important occasion. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to continue this as auspicious occasion and make their way towards the inaugural board. I request all the dignitaries to join hands for unveiling the School of Consciousness at MIT-WPU University on this occasion of first World Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality. All the dignitaries are joining hands for unveiling the plaque which will mark the unveiling of the School of Consciousness, the first of its kind and very unique school, an important occasion in Indian academia. All the dignitaries are ready. A big round of applause, my friends, as the School of Consciousness is unveiled at the hands of dignitaries Padma Bhushan, Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, Yogi Amarnath ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and all the dignitaries. A beautiful, beautiful occasion. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you very much. My friends, One of the toughest problems with the study of consciousness is probably the lack of universally accepted operational definitions. Because every researcher defines consciousness as per his or her own understanding. So a universally accepted operational definition is probably the first hurdle that the study of consciousness has. Descartes proposed the idea that I think, therefore I am. So consciousness probably is the symbol of being if someone who is able to think has consciousness. Probably we will deliberate more on this thought in this conference today and tomorrow. But it is now the moment that after the unveiling of School of Consciousness, I request my technical team to show us a small film which is made on the concept of School of Consciousness.
Consciousness, at its simplest, is sentience and awareness of internal and external existence. The study of consciousness has been of interest to scientists, philosophers, and lay people alike for millennia. But the struggle to define consciousness has been more perplexing than productive due to its intangible nature. MIT-WPU School of Consciousness emerged with the thought to study deeper on the topic and offer the world a new perspective on consciousness. It offers a unique opportunity to explore the interdisciplinary areas for revealing the obscure understanding of consciousness and related research areas. The project has been the dream of our patron, Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad.
We need to have an orientation of the spiritually oriented scientific laboratory concept of it.
This one of its kind of school, striving for excellence, will prepare professionals who will create a meaningful change and dedicate themselves to models of health and well-being.
At the University of Oxford, Roger Penrose mentioned that if we want to define the consciousness, the ultimate reality, the road to reality is the most important and ambitious work of a science for generations.
The mission of the school is to inculcate a sense of innovation and practice of ethics with a philosophical approach to practical solutions. Our goal is to translate the knowledge in the frontiers of Vedic science, chemical science, life sciences, clinical science, applied sciences, psychology into a well-being of society and tap the unmet understanding of consciousness. The school will focus on admission to PhD programs for extraordinary and bright candidates who have been serving society in one way or the other and have achieved excellence in their respective fields. We believe this honest effort of digging deep into the topic will inspire a positive, constructive, and conscious thought process and lead to benefit the humankind immensely.
Let's give a bigger round of applause, my friends. It's a very unique thought of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to invite world-famous computer scientist and Chancellor of Nalanda University, Padma Bhushan, Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir, for his inaugural address and keynote speech. I request, sir, to kindly address the gathering. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, my friends. It is our good fortune.
Today is a great day for all the aspirants of knowledge, and we have taken on the table one of the great human quest to understand the nature of reality itself. In all the temples, in all the pursuits of knowledge, this has been the ultimate quest, as this conference is titled. This is the first World Conference on Consciousness, what is been termed consciousness itself is the ultimate reality. And we are going to dwell on this issue. Now, this issue, as we see, that is being discussed in such depth and in such extent that I wonder often that how is that this subject is surfacing the minds of some of the greatest thinkers as you look at, as you contemplate, as you see the knowledge that is expressed through YouTubes and many seminars, many conferences that are taking place all over the world. I have been watching this subject for a very, very long time. I've been discussing with Professor Vishwashanti Karad and also Rahul Karad. We have been discussing this issue for several years. That one issue that we need to take up in any university of substance, and that is the ultimate purpose of any university, is that what is the nature of reality itself. And this conference is the first conference taking place in this university on this subject. We have taken this question, this quest head-on. And the title is of this first conference that is taking place here is Conference on Consciousness, the Ultimate Reality. Several years have gone that we have been contemplating that if a subject like consciousness has to be studied, then we'll require in the university framework a very serious attempt in that direction. So how do you do that in the context of a university? In the context of a university, we create a new school. Generally, if you want to take a subject as a long-term endeavor of study, then we start thinking of a school, and that's precisely has happened after long contemplation and studies. And we begin generally with a world or with a conference, a serious international conference on this issue, where people who have been thinking on this issue, contemplating this issue, studying this issue for a very long time and deeply, come together to understand his perspectives, his different visions, and what we understand, his definitions, and to what extent we are going to cover this issue. So this conference is taking place, this inauguration is taking place in this context. We all know that. Next 2 days we are going to discuss this. And I am very happy to see that the sessions that have been planned, I think what Deepak has done, under the guidance of Professor Karad and also me, this one, that what subjects must be taken up for discussion. And then we have planned about 6 sessions, about 50 papers. About 50 papers, 6 sessions. and one after another. When the list was made that who should be invited for this, and we wanted this to be international conference from all over, where people from all over the world they could come or they could participate through virtual mode, which is one of the greatest gifts today possible, that we are able to communicate, arrange such conferences in a virtual mode. And that's what will happen here too, this one. There will be also the physical presentations, because you can't really replace in a virtual mode. You can or you cannot sometimes. So this will take place in the hybrid mode. And the world, some of the world's great thinkers, not all, it is our attempt to put together some of the greatest minds, but this has been our first attempt. And many people wanted to participate, but Professor Kandare, Dr. Ranade, under the guidance of Professor Karad and myself also, we thought that we'll have to limit in the participation, so some 50 to 60 participation were contemplated. Participants are going to dwell on this. There is little time, but everybody will not get more than 10 minutes or 5 minutes. No? Okay. To dwell on this. But I'm very happy. I'm personally very happy that in India, this subject on consciousness is getting discussed in a university framework as we are defining our new or the national education policy or new national education policy. And I always wanted that when I was participating in framing the recommendations of the new education policies, I thought that that consciousness must come as a prime subject for discussion. Because you are starting from the highest knowledge. Contemplating on consciousness is contemplating on the highest knowledge what humans can endeavor to discuss. This is the subject which has been taken up for discussion in the earliest knowledge system that has emerged on this planet. That is the Vedic knowledge system. In the Vedic knowledge system, which spans across the 4 Vedas, 4 Upavedas, all the Upanishads, and the knowledge system which extends one of the largest and one of the most ancient system ever done, ever. It is in this context, in the context of that is taken as a reference, that if India has to introduce or the Bharat has to introduce this subject taken for this discussion, it must begin from there, the Vedic knowledge system. And that's what will happen here. It is here we are discussing the Vedic knowledge system as interpreted, as understood by some of the world's greatest thinkers. Also, some of our contemporary thinkers of the world, who have all of them, without almost exception, have taken reference to the Vedic knowledge system. Most ancient system of knowledge and most deep system on the knowledge. In a state of deep contemplation, the rishis have dwelt on this issue. The Vedas itself meaning the knowledge. So we have come here together to look at that. We'll also look at this in the current context of contemporary knowledge system that is emerging and trying to touch upon this issue. Today, if you look at many conferences that are taking place, many YouTube lectures that are available to us, many discussions, many debates that are occurring all over the world is on this subject. So, sir, this is very, very, very important. I think the history of this university, since you launched it several years back, that we have come now or that to take up issue itself is a great, I think, not only endeavor, is a very brave attempt to understand this issue. So we are going to take up from the perspective of both the ancient Vedic knowledge system and a contemporary issue on what the next frontier of science is, where science is going from the scientific perspective and beyond that kind of things. So it is going to be, in that sense, an attempt, I would say, just an attempt to understand from both these perspectives and the emerging issues which are coming as we, before us, the definition, the enigma that touches, because once you start discussing, I think Deepak was telling that how we ourselves as conscious beings with limited consciousness understanding are going to discuss on this issue itself. But on the, I think we have a great, I would say, thinking as Einstein said, and as Socrates said before that kind of thing, the only thing I know, as Socrates declared several years back, the only thing I know is I know nothing. When you dwell on this issue, we actually realize, you are touched upon deeply on this issue, that when I think of consciousness, I experience that. I have experienced it several times, that we know nothing about consciousness in that sense. But this is not to condemn ourselves or not to realize our limited knowledge, but also we remember the great realization that Einstein had expressed while understanding the nature of reality. This one. This world is extremely complex. If you look at this universe, some time back we were talking about this cosmos in another conference, different layers of this one existence, what we have been given to us. This one. It is so complex that we come to realization very soon that it is unfathomable, ununderstandable, incomprehensible. And one is humble that what a wonder is in which we have been born. That's how Vedas first declare. That is so, we are so lucky that kind of thing, that we have taken the human form on this planet as we understand today. There are so many planets, there are so many realizations, so many galaxies, and beyond galaxies, I don't know, but there are so many things, what we call a Brahmanda, what we call as a total reality, this one, it is almost impossible to fathom this. But Einstein told us, gave us a hope, that only thing, that one of the greatest wonders of this system in which we live is that it is incomprehensible. But another wonder of this whole thing is that this incomprehensible reality is actually comprehensible to humans. Means that also experience that one day you will understand. You start with a deep study, you start understanding it kind of thing. This incomprehensible thing becomes possible, and so wondrous is our human birth. So Vedas begin with that realization that it is actually comprehensible to the human mind. And that's what the Vedic rishis did, and that knowledge has been brought to us. We are revisiting this system in today's context, and that also is starting from the Kepler's or Galileo's time, ever since we created artifacts like telescopes, this one, we started looking at the stars, and slowly they started revealing before us, and through that revelations, many layers of that reality are being presented. Today's the great telescopes, radio astronomy telescope, even look at what is available in Narayangao today, that kind of telescopes which are become available. Not only available, but we actually built such telescopes. We never thought. Our own engineers, our own people, right in Pune University campus, and we could install such telescopes. But all over the world, some of the new telescopes which are coming up, we have started looking at the sky, and this reality is unfolding ourselves. But we are beyond that. We want to understand this nature of, is it possible to understand? What are the different facets of it? To what depth we humans will go? As billions and billions of these stars are coming before us. We are naming it. We cannot name them, so we have some code names, YAM3, 2, some numbers we put across, and these stars and their characteristics come before us. But one wonder, another wonder, is that kind of amongst all that things, as astronomers, astrophysicists have discovered, that there is only one star, not one star, one planet, a tiny, insignificant planet, which alone, so far, as we have contemplated, of course, there are many, many things which will come before us. There is only life on that, this little, insignificant planet, of which I think we are inheriting this planet for a limited time. So the time is limited. We have come for a very short time on this very, out of, I think they say that you have so many lives we'll have to go through, but we have come, we have limited time of maybe 100 years or less, and most of it, this one, and we have to understand. But there's a great hope, as Einstein has given, that the most amazing feature is that you have been endowed with that faculty that is incomprehensible thing will become comprehensible to us through what? Through jidnyasa, as Vedas declares. Athato Brahma jidnyasa. I want to understand this, and it will come before me through this quest of knowledge. So this conference today is our small attempts for take, like what is said, first steps on moon, like we are trying to take first baby steps to understand that. But I think I congratulate, sir. After several struggles, I think we have come, that we have decided, we have made a brave attempt that there will be a conference, and they will try to put together, we request together kind of thing, people who have started thinking on this and put that understanding, whatever little it may be, understanding before you, all of us, and then start walking on this great journey, what humans can ever have, that quest of knowledge. So I'm very thankful, sir. 10 minutes. Yes, I'm just sometimes, you feel so small as you stand on the, to dwell on this. I've been, the past few days I've been looking at trying to understand at least the reality of this, the great earth, which led to a book when we were thinking about it. And then I think, as somebody said rightly, the best way to understand a subject is to write a book on it. And I think, as many people have thought, and a book came out. I said, this must be a small book. First thing is, we do not know about this wondrous planet on which we are born. We just take it for granted. But what a wondrous planet is this? And when you start writing a book, start dwelling on little deeply, this one, you understand, oh my God, how lucky I am that I am born on this wonderful planet. Little deep we go, then we know there is not only one planet, there are 9 planets, Navagrahas, which were, I think our rishis had first contemplated without any tools, without any kind of modern tools which are available to us. And then we require that, no, they are not just the planets. And there are men, we certainly see that there are so many stars. This universe composes of this one. And so many stars. How many are there? Then you wonder, no, there are not millions, there are billions and billions of stars. You have to just, because you look at the sky, somebody had said that you go to the beach, how many stars are there? You take out some sand in your hand. There are as many stars as the grains of sand come, you can embrace. There are so many billions and billions of stars. They are so big that you cannot imagine. They're composing of several suns like this as our sun, thousands of times or billions of times larger than those planets. That's that great star which make the life possible. This, and then beyond that, it is such a vast universe. It cannot be called universe because it consists of several universes. Today the theory has come, there is not one universe, and there are many, many universes, which is now called as multiverse. One theory goes, it is a multiverse theory, that there are many, many universes which are this. And we'll keep on searching for them. This one. That's why when I wanted to say that, when Vivek Samant is here, and then we were thinking of that, suppose we want to create a new university, I said universe will be a wrong, a limited way of looking at it. It must be called as a many universes or multiverses. So then I started, how about naming it as a multiversity? And we called it a multiversity. It may be right. But even multiverse may not be the right, the limitation, way of imagining it. One great thing faculty given to humans is that we are able to imagine. And that's why Einstein rightly said that the greatest faculty given to humans is the power of imagination. Not power of just, you can imagine, there's no limitation on your imagination. And today, I think in this conference, that's what we are going to do also. We are going to imagine what we think of this universe, which we rightly call as cosmos, because the many universes can be called as a cosmos, this cosmic reality. And that's what I think Krishna, that kind of vision which was given to him, vision of imagination, that Krishna gave it to Arjun, that it's not possible to see in your faculty as it's been given to you, this one. But I will give you a special, divya vision, this one, by which you can see this universe. Today, in that imagination, I think we are going to see this world, in this cosmos. Can we imagine that? Yes, we can imagine that. That was promised to us. That's what Krishna did to Arjun, and show that what this. It's a beautiful way of looking at it, as we'll see, as the different perspectives will come before us. Different imaginations will come before us, one by one. Different visions will unfold before us from each one of us, and nothing is limited. I'm not saying each imagination is going to be very perceptive, imaginative, and we are going to live in that world as we are imagining. Today, when I look at computers, I never imagined that one day it will be possible for us to put that entire universe in this device, this cosmos. In this small device, you can indeed look at it, sift through it, search into it, pages after pages, photographs after photographs, And it is indeed possible to capture that whole reality in this small device, which will getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and you can put in the pocket. So we are able to put the entire cosmos in your pocket. Imagine, I never imagined, I worked in this field for a very long time, right from the beginning. But a day will come in my own life where I will exist. I will exist, and I will be able to see this reality sitting in my own pocket. And then that we are able to comprehend. Whole cosmos of this magnitude, I ring in my device, like mobile phone. I never imagined that mobile phone realization will come. Though we were attempting to do that kind of things, but here it has come before us. We don't know what will be tomorrow. We are talking of new language which is required to define it, what is called metaverse. A verse is a language, a new language which will be created, which will be called the metaverse realization, which will be in a form, in not only just reality, in 2D, 3D, in deep realities which will be able to express and bring before us. And that form, I think that is going to be like a cosmic dance, and we'll see that the stars will dance before us. This one, and we'll try to understand that. So I think it is in this reality, in this kind of amazing form, we are going to look at it, I would say that. This is the first conference. Panditji has walked in. I think that's what Panditji I was talking to about the Vedic view of this realization, what we are going to do. The Vedic view of it. What is this? What is it? How did our rishis imagine that? How did they comprehend? How did they talk about it? When I was talking in one conference recently, that how accurate those presentations are in terms of the diameter of the sun, in terms of moon, the distance between the earth and moon, how accurate our rishis had calculated. One wonders how this has happened. What mathematics was used, what is called Vedic mathematics to some way. But if you look at Vedic mathematics in its perception, in its calculations, the way of calculations, one wonders how did our rishis had done that, unless they were given. Indeed, our rishis had that divya chakshus, were endowed. I think the divinity had endowed them with that divya chakshus, and we have come to this level. Part of it will be discussed as we have come to this stage. How long the human journey will be, one cannot imagine, one cannot say that kind of thing. But new ways are there. And that I one thing that if in this conference and if we do not feel totally humbled, like Socrates says that the only thing I know, realization, is that about this reality, I almost know nothing. My journey will go on and on and on. This conference, if at all, it must, in terms of knowledge, it must humble ourselves. What we are trying to look out for. The beauty is that it is still possible to realize, understand it, comprehend it. As I said, you can enclose and trap the whole thing in your mobile. All these things in a 2D, 3D, and new forms which are coming before us. So we must be lucky. We must be humbled that we have been given that opportunity. We have been given that opportunity. As humans, we have been given that opportunity to wonder, as like Arjuna was totally nonplussed to see that the cosmic reality, what Krishna showed to him. That is what our experience should be at the end of this conference. We are not discussing all the issues. We are discussing some part of these issues. And it is that we want to comprehend. And as in university, with our students, we and the teachers and students like Upanishadic thing, sit together and try to explore that reality. Such is the great form of universities of, I think, tomorrow, or I think it has been. Such is the great thing, endeavor, which you have been blessed with, this one, to understand. Because there is no joy like joy of knowledge. It's been rightly said. There's no joy like, once you get a thing, you wonder, oh my God, oh my God. And that's one of the greatest joys, I think, human life can give you. That is knowledge. That is what is. And that knowledge is also in a form with what we don't teach in universities, is also is a emotional knowledge. It is not just, but you become joyous, you can wondrous, you kind of thing. And so knowledge has been said that today we must be talking about in terms of not just say dry knowledge, but the knowledge which will, and possible to bring that human emotions. And that's why people are talking only artificial intelligence is one subject we talk about, but artificial emotional intelligence is the new subject which has come. That artificial emotional intelligence kind of thing. That experiential knowledge, what even Krishna talks about, experiential knowledge, which is the next form of the thing which we must bring on the table, bring here in that cosmic dance before us, and experience it and go forward in our journey towards knowledge. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce them. Thank you so much, sir.
Let's rise in our seats and give a big round of applause to Padma Bhushan, Honorable Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And now it's time when I invite the motivation, the prerana behind School of Consciousness, founder, president of MIT-WPU University, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, for his presidential address. Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, Professor Dr. Vishwanath T. Karad, sir.
Friends, it truly fills my heart with a sense of pride and pleasure when I stand before you in this very unique hall named after philosopher Saint Jnaneshwara, and naturally Saint Tukaram too. I am making this mention of the two names basically for the very simple reason that I had the fortune of organizing the first parliament, the first World Philosophers Meet in the year 1995-96, when today's most honorable chief guest of today's function and a keynote speaker who has shown a new light to the whole of the not India, but even the world community, which is possibly waiting on the background of this coronavirus and COVID-19, especially to Mother India, and the very message of understanding the nature of reality, the word consciousness, intelligence, leading to the understanding of the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth. Maybe Ramakrishna Paramahans is one name as a great teacher of our teachers, Swami Vivekananda, who had said these words of wisdom in the year 1893 in the very first World Parliament of Religions. You know it, every one of you. I am not making any new mention. But I, being a follower, a staunch follower of philosopher Saint Dhaneshwara, and naturally the great noblest of India, Swami Vivekananda, who had very assertively stated this statement: to understand what is the role of science and what is the role of spirituality and philosophy too. The time has come when he had made a mention that time that possibly in the year this 21 or 22nd, my Mother India will emerge as a divine knowledge God of the whole world. It is his sentence. My Mother India, गर्व से नहीं, स्वाभिमान से. यह शब्दों का उच्चारण हुआ, and what I feel sincerely, with always the confirmation, which always try to take the confirmatory test from Vijay Bhatkar himself, who has been also today in search of understanding the 18-digit computer, Vivek Savanji, Knowledge Corporation. Here is a gentleman sitting here in the audience in the first row, known as Vivek Savant, possibly a disciple of Vijay Bhatkar. I am very happy that there are so many people sitting in the audience I can see who are very curious to understand possibly our own duty. And possibly after so much of advancement in the field of education especially, the IT, computer, Google, Facebook and whatnot. And Vijay Bhatkar just now addressed to you with authority what this mobile means or what this instrument stands for. And which has made the world realize that yes, there is something which is beyond our comprehension and understanding. With this small brain or the intellect that you possess and the knowledge which we possess of the body itself, each living being, the smallest of the small living being of the whole universe, the whole world, not the world, the whole universe possibly, which certainly indicates to all of us as men of education, men of science, men of philosophy, men of religion, and we try to understand the very nature of the mind, the matter, the spirit and the consciousness, which we have said today for this small roundtable conference, but being held at a very appropriate place, Sant Dhaneshwara Philosophers Hall, which was inaugurated in the year 1995, wherein we had the fortune, under the guidance of Vijay Bhatkar, Dr. Mashalkar and many others, when we had that first World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy in this very hall, these ideas and the concepts were discussed at length. People were surprised why I have named this in the name of Sant Dhaneshwara. But I have a tremendous satisfaction, friends, today that I was not on the wrong path. The path which was shown by the people like Bhatkar and Mashalkar and many others, and even Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil. Today I feel it's my fortune and our fortune that on the stage next to Vijay Bhatkar, the great computer scientist of Param supercomputer, you describe him in many, many words. Just next to him is sitting Yogi Amarnath. This was not possible before possibly. Swamijis, yogis और the sannyasis और संत महात्माओं को साइंटिस्ट के दरबार में जगह नहीं था. अभी शायद उल्टा हो जाएगा और उस दिन के लिए यह परिषद बना है. Because we have been always having a wrong understanding, the men of spirituality, अध्यात्म के लोगों को ब्लाइंड फेथ बोला जाता है. I am making a very assertive statement on my behalf and on behalf of the confirmation by Vijay Bhatkar and many scientists world over. I had the fortune of attending many conferences. I have one small booklet here This is the Netherlands conference, sir, if you remember. Vijay Bhatkar, myself, and Deepak Ranade. We had the fortune of attending this conference. This is called as the nature of the self. The heading is the nature of the self. He is an American gentleman who had called this conference, and he was very, very assertively making statements and making presentations by the very learned people who are the great technocrats, the scientists, in the line of the Albert Einstein, Penrose, Schrodinger. You take those names, and friends, remember that time he said, science and non-duality, अद्वैत की भाषा है, अद्वैत का चिंतन है ये. And the non-duality part of it, he says, it's a philosophy of science. अद्वैत philosophy जी आहे वेदांची, भटकर सर बोलले, जे अद्वैत फिलॉसॉफी, अद्वैत, विशिष्ट अद्वैत असे अनेक विषय आहेत. पण अद्वैत हे विज्ञानाचं तत्वज्ञान आहे असं म्हटलंय. And which was confirmed by all the world community which had gathered in the Netherlands. I still remember Deepak Ranade, and you have been the witness for it. Friends, that time has come closer for people like us and the world on the background of this corona and the COVID-19, when we have been hiding ourselves behind the doors, when all the temples, the mosques, the churches, and all other religious places have been closed. And the presidents and the prime ministers and the topmost scientists of the biological weapons or the chemical weapons, where were they? Where are the Security Council members hiding themselves during the last 2 years? What was the fear? That one virus called as COVID-19 came out with only 15-20% strength, not 50 or 100% strength. If that virus could have been more than 30-40%, we would not have met in this hall. That's my personal understanding as an engineer, as a man of science. And whenever I feel we have some conformity test which is being on in this country and world over, you call MIT Boston, Harvard, Stanford, you take any name of any university or this newly emerging university, World Peace University, MIT. What has been the search? What has been the reason why we have met together? Well, I sincerely feel the philosophers and Jnaneshwara, I take the name again and again, because in this very hall, which has been named in the name of philosophers and Jnaneshwara. I am saying philosophers and Jnaneshwara, remember. It is not Sant Jnaneshwara alone. It was Vijay Bhatkar and myself before about 10-15 years back. We said, why there are no names like philosophers of India in the list of Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Spinoza? You have a big list of philosophers. They are called the great philosophers of the whole world. But there is not a single name from India. Question was, I still remember when we had discussed with my great teacher, Dr. Surendra Barlinge sir, one of the leading philosophers, not of India but the whole world, who was not a believer of God. He never believed in the concept of God itself. And I am a firm believer. I was a disciple. But a person who is not a believer of God, but a godly person. मंदिर में जाने की जरूरत नहीं, पत्थर को पूजने की भी जरूरत नहीं. ऐसा एक महान तत्ववेता जिन्होंने ये कहा, कर्मयोगी की बात है. ज्ञान, कर्म और भक्ति 3 शब्द है. टू रीच द अंडरस्टँडिंग. आणि भटकर सर बोलले मगाशी की हे व्हायचं असेल तर त्याला ध्यान करावं लागतं, योगा करावा लागतो, मेडिटेशन करावं लागतं. म्हणजे काय तर कदाचित रानडे आणि जयंत खंदारे आपल्याला दाखवतील, इथं मागच्या टेकडीवर द MIT स्कूल ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस अँड रियालिटी, याचं एक छोटंसं चित्र, छोटंसं मॉडेल ते केमिस्ट्री किंवा फार्मसी किंवा मेकॅनिकल किंवा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स किंवा कॉम्प्युटरच्या लॅबोरेटरीमध्ये हे सापडत नाही. तुम्ही कितीही शोध घ्या, कशाचा? आत्म्याचं स्वरूप आणि मनाचं स्वरूप. व्हॉट इज द केमिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंड असा विषय आहे. मी शब्द मुद्दाम उच्चारतो. MIT बोस्टनमध्ये केमिकल डिपार्टमेंटमध्ये चर्चा चालू आहे, केमिकल इंजिनिअरिंग. And when I was asked to speak something, I said, what is the chemistry of mind? Tell me. It was just to understand myself. But friends, remember, this is the real new emergence of the philosophy of life itself. जीवन कसं सुंदर, प्रसन्न, सुखी, समाधानी आणि शांत असावं, आणि हे करण्याकरता कुठल्या मार्गाने जावं. गणित यावं, फिजिक्स कळावं, केमिस्ट्री कळावी, गुगल कळावं, बाकीचं कळावं, पण तरी शांती नाही ना. मनाला आनंद, सच्चित आनंदाची अनुभूती होत नाही. मग मार्ग कोणता? तुम्ही सायंटिस्ट असून तुम्हाला हे कळलं तर आनंदच आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी इथं म्हटलंय, आम्ही असं म्हटलं शेवटी, की ओम आणि योगा हे दोन शब्द आहेत. ओम हा युनिव्हर्सल वर्ड आहे, हा जातीवाचक शब्द नाही आहे. आणि याच्यामधून शेवटी असं त्यांनी म्हटलंय, विवेकानंदाचे शब्द ते माझं नाही, पण सर्व अल्फाबेट्सची बेरीज केली आणि सर्व केलं तर त्या ओमचा शोध घेतला. उ म ओम हे उच्चारण जे आहे, हे उच्चारण युनिव्हर्सल उच्चारण आहे. आमेन असा शब्द आहे. प्रत्येक भाषेमध्ये त्याचं एक सौंदर्य असणारे शब्द आहेत, पण हा एक कॉमन शब्द आहे. जगातल्या जेवढ्या लँग्वेजेस असतील त्याचा कॉमन शब्द आहे. एकदाच विवेकानंद वाचून पहा, अनुभूती घ्या. आणि हे जर करायचं असेल तर हिमालयाच्या गुहेमध्ये जाऊन बसावं लागतं. केमिस्ट्री फिजिक्सच्या लॅबोरेटरीमध्ये याचं साधन तुम्हाला कळणार नाही, दिसणार नाही. अनुभूतीचे शब्द मी सांगतो आहे आपल्याला. हे ज्ञानेश्वरांनी म्हणलं, ओम नमोजी आद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा. नोईंग द सेल्फ, अंडरस्टँडिंग द आत्मन, अंडरस्टँडिंग द आत्मन स्पिरिट. कुठेतरी आत्मा आहे ना, अविनाशी आहे, भिजत नाही, जळत नाही, पेटत नाही, पण आहे. आणि तो आत्मशांती, मनशांती. मनशांती, मन कुठे माहीत नाही. समर्थ रामदासांचा दासबोध वाचा, म्हणजे मन कळेल, मनाचं स्वरूप कळेल, असं माझं मत आहे. खरं म्हणजे मॅनेजमेंटचा सर्वात उत्कृष्ट ग्रंथ असेल तर तो संत रामदासांनी, समर्थांनी लिहिलेलं ते चिंतन आहे. पण त्याचंच चिंतन माऊली कोणत्या भाषेत बोलते आणि तुकाराम महाराज कोणत्या भाषेत बोलतात? शांती परते नाही सुख, एर अवघेची दुःख, म्हणून शांती धरा उतराल पहिलं तिरा. पाषाण देव, शेत एकच आहे, दगड काढले, मार्बल सापडला सुंदर, आणि त्याचीच मूर्ती केली सुंदर देवाची. तुमचा कॉन्सेप्ट असेल तो, आणि त्याचंच देऊळ बांधलं, त्याचीच पायरी केली, एकावर पाय दिलाय, दुसऱ्याची पूजा करतो. पाषाण तोच आहे. जगद्गुरू हा शब्द संत तुकाराम महाराजांना शोभतो असं माझं मत झालं आहे. अनेक वर्षाच्या तपश्चर्येनंतर वैष्णव परंपरेचा पाईक असल्यामुळं थोडंसं शहाणपण आलं. आईन्स्टाईनही कळला, श्रॉडिंजरचं तत्त्व कळलं, म्हणून भटकरांसारख्याची दोस्ती झाली, म्हणून जीवनाचा अर्थही कळायला लागला. तर त्याला डिफाईन नॉलेज सिस्टीम हा जो शब्द वापरला आहे. आणि अंतिम स्वरूप जे आहे, तुम्हाला स्टीफन हॉकिन्सचं पुस्तक माहीत आहे, ते जे पुस्तक आहे ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री फ्रॉम बिग बँग टू ब्लॅक होल, त्यातला शेवटचा शब्द आहे त्या पुस्तकाचा, द ओनली अल्टिमेट रियालिटी ऑफ द ट्रूथ इज गॉड, असं म्हटलं त्याने. आता त्या गॉडला राम म्हणायचं का, रहीम म्हणायचं का, जीसस म्हणायचं का, बुद्धा म्हणायचं, तुम्ही ठरवा. तुमच्या आईबापांनी ठरवलं आहे. विवेकला नाव काय, आम्ही दिलं काय? मला विश्वनाथ नाव आहे माझं. विजय भटकरांना विजयादशमीला जन्मले म्हणून विजय भटकर, पण आपल्या आईवडिलांचं चॉईस आहे. मला आणखीन काही म्हटलं तर की मी बिघडलो नसतो, वेगळा. नाव हा एक वेगळा विषय. पण तथागत गौतम बुद्धाने 2600 वर्षापूर्वी, किती 2600 वर्ष झाली, 19व्या वर्षी बाहेर पडतो राजमहाल सोडतो, पत्नी आणि लेकरू सोडून देतो आणि त्या वैभवशाली महालामधून शोधाच्या बाहेर पडतो. कशाच्या? ज्ञानाच्या आणि मनशांतीच्या. ज्ञानेश्वरांनी जे बोलले पहिल्याच ओवीमध्ये, जे ओम नमोजी अध्याचा उल्लेख केला मी, सेल्फ कॉन्शियसनेस, सेल्फ रियालिटी, अंडरस्टँडिंग ऑफ द सेल्फ, हे जे शब्द वापरले गेले हे खरं उसणं आहे, हे आपलं काही नाही. हे थोडंसं वाचल्यानंतर जी अक्कल आली त्याचं फक्त मी नॅरेशन आपल्यासमोर करतो आहे. कारण का काय कारण आहे, ही परिषद कशा करता, हेतू काय? भटकरांशी 10 वेळा चर्चा करून, दीपक रानडे हा न्यूरोसर्जन आहे, त्याला माहीत आहे ब्रेन, बुद्धी कुठं आहे, कसं त्याचं नेचर वगैरे, पण देहाचं ऑपरेशन होतात, ठीक आहे, चांगलं आहे. कुठं दुखणं झालं, काही पोट बिघडलं, काही अपचन झालं, अजून काही झालं, काय रोग झाला, काय झाला, आणि कॅन्सरही झाला. आमचा जयंत खंदारे शोधतोय, मोठा सायंटिस्ट आहे जगातला, पण तरी आत्म्याचं स्वरूप नाही पाहिलं, मनाचं स्वरूप नाही कळलं. आणि आपल्या शिक्षण पद्धतीमध्ये देह आणि बुद्धीचं खूप अभ्यास झाला, मेडिकल, इंजिनिअरिंग, केवढी नावं घ्या शास्त्रांची, पण आत्म्याचं आणि मनाचं स्वरूप जाणण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला नाही. त्याला अध्यात्मशास्त्र म्हटलंय. आणि दुर्दैवाने आपल्यासारखी मंडळी त्या अध्यात्मशास्त्राला अंधश्रद्धा म्हणतात, ब्लाइंड फेथ. इथं कुठंतरी गफलत झाली असं मला स्वतःला जाणवतं. 30-40 वर्षे थोडासा काय अभ्यास झाल्यामुळं, आणि माझं असं मत, ह्या परिषदेचं जे काही आउटकम आपण शोधणार आहोत, की एक नवीन दिशा शिक्षणाच्या क्षेत्राला, शिक्षणामध्ये, मी शहाणा म्हणत नाही, जगात एवढे मोठे तत्त्वज्ञ, शास्त्रज्ञ, संत, किती लोक आहेत, ऑक्सफर्ड केम्ब्रिजपासून केवढ्या लोकांचं योगदान आहे, हायली एज्युकेटेड, लर्नेड फिलॉसॉफर्स विथ लॉजिक अँड रिझनिंग, सगळे शब्द वापरा. आणि एवढ्या बॅकग्राऊंडवर आता आपल्यासारख्याने असं जर म्हटलं की जगाच्या शिक्षणाची दिशा थोड्या काही डिग्रीनी बदलण्याची गरज आहे, ज्याला तुम्ही अंधश्रद्धा म्हटलं त्याचा कॉम्पोनंट तुमच्या जीवनाचा अविभाज्य भाग आहे असं मला वाटतं. कारण का आत्मशांती, मनशांती, जीवनामध्ये आनंद, सच्चित आनंद पाहिजे असेल तर तो केमिस्ट्रीच्या भाषेतून मिळत नाही, नुसत्या केमिस्ट्रीच्या भाषेतून मिळत नाही, ते हवंच आहे. आता जेव्हा पुन्हा 3दा नाव घेतो मी विवेकचं, कारण का पहिल्यांदाच माझं त्यांचं इथं असं दर्शन होतं आहे दोघांचं. नॉलेज कॉर्पोरेशन, आमचं म्हणणं डिव्हाइन नॉलेज कॉर्पोरेशन, त्याला डिव्हिनिटी शब्द जोडूया. आणि जो भटकर सरांनी जोडलेला आहे जगासमोर, हे मांडण्याचा त्यांचा मनापासून प्रयत्न आहे. मला असं वाटलं की आपल्याला याच्यातलं पूर्ण कळलं आहे का? नाही. मग ते कळून घ्यायचा प्रयत्न तर करू. आपले सहकारी, त्यांना काय वाटतं, त्यांच्या मनात काय येतं, अनेक वेळा मोठे पुढारी मी पाहिलेत, अहो काय सर तुम्ही ज्ञानबा तुकाराम करता, टाळकुट्यांच्या मागे लागता, तुला नाही कळलं ते. ज्ञानेश्वर वाचलास का? ज्ञानेश्वरी उमजली का तुला? वाचून तर बघा. एकही शब्द, पुन्हा सांगतो, एकही शब्द गाथेमध्ये किंवा ज्ञानेश्वरीमध्ये, इवन नाथांच्या एकनाथी भागवतामध्ये असेल, समर्थ रामदासांच्या मनाच्या श्लोकमध्ये असेल, एकही शब्द दिशाभूल करणारा किंवा चुकीचा नाही. दॅट द मोस्ट सायंटिफिक अँड लॉजिकल वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम. आणि म्हणून हा जो डोम उभा राहिला तो कसा, कुठे, काय माहिती नाही, पण झालं खरं. जगातला इन द नोन ह्युमन हिस्ट्री फॉर द फर्स्ट टाईम, मी शब्द वापरतोय, मी केला असा दावा नाही, पण घडला. कारण का हे संत ज्ञानेश्वर आणि तुकारामाचं नाव जगाला आईन्स्टाईनच्या बरोबर कळायचं होतं. फिलॉसॉफर्स सेड ज्ञानेश्वरा टू अल्बर्ट आईन्स्टाईन, इट्स अ लॉंग जर्नी इन टाईम अँड स्पेस. दोन्ही अर्थाने टाईम आणि स्पेस हा कंपोनंट तुम्ही नेहमी चर्चा करता, पण त्या क्षेत्रात पाहिलं तर हे अंतर फार मोठं आहे. की द मोमेंट आय से संत ज्ञानेश्वर टू आईन्स्टाईन, लोक म्हणजे काय वेळ लागला का तुम्हाला? काय कुठे तो आईन्स्टाईन आणि कुठे ज्ञानेश्वर? आमचं म्हणणं उलट आहे, दोघेही बरोबरचे आहेत. कुठं ज्ञानेश्वर आणि कुठं आईन्स्टाईन असा विषय आहे. कमी लेखत नाही, पण तुम्हाला सांगतो माझा संमत आहे, मी वैष्णव वारकरी असल्यामुळं, सुदैवाने आमच्या काही परंपरेमुळं त्याचा अभ्यास करता आला. आणि इंजिनियर न व्हायचं होतं तरी इंजिनियर झालो. मला इंजिनियर व्हायचंच नव्हतं, पण इंजिनियर झालो म्हणून थोडंसं समजलं. म्हणून आईन्स्टाईनचं नाव घेऊ शकतो अधिकारवाणीने, म्हणून कॉम्प्युटर सायंटिस्टशी ॲटलिस्ट चर्चा तरी करू शकतो. आणि ह्या गुगल आणि ह्या सर्व गोष्टींची अल्टिमेट सिद्धता विवेकानंदाने असं म्हटलं आहे, आफ्टर ऑल द सायंटिफिक इनोव्हेशन्स अँड डिस्क्राइब द होल वर्ल्ड, the world of scientists and high-level technocrats will finally ultimately come to the conclusion of what Sant Jnaneshwara and the spiritual commander had said 10,000 years back. 10,000 वर्षापूर्वी जे चिंतन झालं वैदिक लिटरेचरमधलं, एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, truth is one and only one, and different people called by different names, learned people. राम, रहीम, जीसस, बुद्धा, काय असेल ते. किती सुंदर चिंतन आहे सांगतो. म्हणजे तुकारामाची गाथा एकदा वाचून तर बघा. पण गंमत काय झाली आपल्याकडं की नकळत तो मेकॉले आला, भानगडी झाल्या, सगळा विसर पाडायला लावला आणि आपणच आपल्या संस्कृतीची परंपरेची जातीवाचकपणे टिंगल करायला लागलो. जातीवाद आला, भयानक आला. क्षात्र तेज आणि ब्राह्म तेज काय याचा अर्थच कळला नाही. मला MIT काढली तेव्हा एकाने बापट नावाचे माझे मित्र होते, इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ इंजिनियर्सचे चेअरमन. तर ते इन्स्पेक्शनला आले होते आणि MIT नवीन होती, छोटी बिल्डिंग होती. तर बापटाने मला विचारलं, म्हणले कराड तुमच्यावर एक आरोप आहे फार मोठा. म्हणलं काय चुकलं भाऊ? ते म्हणले लोक असं म्हणतात, म्हणजे समाज, की विश्वनाथ कराडाने ही संस्था ब्राह्मणांच्या करता काढली. त्यांना माहीत आहे की जातीवाचक पाहिलं तर मी तसा ब्राह्मण नाही, मी आहे तो आहे. पण त्यांनी डायरेक्ट विचारलं लोकांच्या समोर की कराड तुमच्यावर चार्ज आहे की तुम्ही ही संस्था ब्राह्मणांच्या करती काढली. तर मी बापटांना अजून मला आठवतं 40 वर्ष झाली की बापटसाहेब ब्राह्मण शब्दाचा अर्थ तुम्हाला माहीत आहे का? पंडितजी सांगतील. त्याला मोठा अर्थ आहे. जो ब्रह्म जाणतो तो ब्राह्मण, एवढी एक छोटी व्याख्या कळते. पण त्याच्या पुढची व्याख्या आहे. पंडितजी सांगा काय ते? आग्रतस्य चतुर्वेदा पृष्ठतस्य धनुर्भाता. त्यांनी म्हणलं ज्याच्या जिभेवर 4 वेद मुखोद्गत आहेत असा सर्वात ज्ञानीतला सर्वश्रेष्ठ ज्ञानी आणि ज्याच्या पाठीवर धनुष्यबाणांचा भाता आहे. क्षात्र तेज आणि ब्राह्म तेज जिथे एकत्र वास करतं तो ब्राह्मण. कोणी ब्राह्मण होऊ शकत नाही. फार मोठं चिंतन आहे. आणि हे जेव्हा बोलल्यानंतर बापट माझ्या हातात ते मोठे होते, पण तरी नमस्कार केला. मी म्हणलं नमस्कार करू नका, आपण दोघेही समजून घेऊ. म्हणलं खरंच या संस्थेतून बाहेर पडणारा प्रत्येक विद्यार्थी क्षात्र तेज आणि ब्राह्म तेजाचं प्रतिरूप असावं, ही भारतीय संस्कृती आहे. भारतीय संस्कृती, परंपरा आणि तत्त्वज्ञान हे 3 शब्द असे वापरलेत. मी लिहून ठेवा की माझा सहमत आहे की तुम्ही सगळेजण या बाबतीमध्ये तुमचं चिंतन व्यवस्थित मांडायचं करून आम्हाला द्या. आमच्या ज्ञानात भर पडेल आणि आय विल फील हायली एज्युकेटेड अँड मोर लर्नेड, मोर वाईज इन मेकिंग अ प्रेझेंटेशन. खरं तो हेतू आहे. या लहानशा सभागृहामध्ये अशा प्रकारचं ज्ञानेश्वराच्या सभागृहात चिंतन व्हावं, आत्मचिंतन व्हावं. विशेष करून वेद उपनिषदांचा उल्लेख भटकर सरांनी जो केला ते समजून घ्या, ज्ञानेश्वरी समजून घ्या आणि आईन्स्टाईनने समजून घ्या. सगळं प्रेझेंट गुगल समजून घ्या, सर्व समजून घ्या. काय गंमत आहे, क्लिक आणि संपूर्ण जगाला कम्युनिकेशन. मग तुकाराम महाराजांनी म्हटलं अणुरेणू थोकडान तुका आकाशा एवढा. आय एम द स्मॉलेस्ट ऑफ द स्मॉलेस्ट पार्टिकल ऑफ द युनिवर्स. पण कसा? विश्वाला व्यापून टाकणारा तो मी, गॉड पार्टिकल. जी भाषा आपण हिग्स बोझॉन पार्टिकलची बोलतो, जी भाषा गॉड पार्टिकल नावाने एमर्ज झाली आता, ह्याच्यात तर काही राहिलं नाही शिल्लक. गॉड पार्टिकल हा शब्द काही नवीन नाही राहिला आपल्याकरता, जगाकरता. नव्या पिढीलाही कळतं. माझे विद्यार्थी बसलेत काही पाठीमागं. पण हे समजून घ्या आणि याला अंधश्रद्धा म्हणू नका. याला तुम्ही अंधश्रद्धा ब्रँड करू नका. त्याला एवढा काही एक हेतू आहे आणि संपूर्ण जगाच्या समोर विश्वगुरूच्या नात्यामधून, त्या स्वरूपामधून भारत एमर्ज होणार याच्यात माझ्या मनात शंका नाही. भटकरसारखी माणसं, मशाळकरसारखी माणसं, तुमच्यातले विद्वान आमचे योगी अमरनाथजी, पंडित वसंत गाडगीळजी यांच्यात जर संवाद नीटपणे झाला आणि ट्युनिंग व्हायला पाहिजे, ट्युनिंग व्हायला पाहिजे. मलाच कळलं असं मी म्हणणं बरोबर नाही. समजून तर घे, बोल तर खरं. परिचय होणं वेगळं आणि आत्मिक भेट होणं वेगळं. परिचय झाला हो, पण ओळखच होत नाही. कशाची? त्या विषयाची ओळख होत नाही. आणि विषयाची ओळख नसताना मी अधिकारवाने म्हणत की नाही मी म्हणतो तेच खरं. अरे असं नाही बाबा, जगात आपल्यापेक्षा खूप मोठी माणसं आहेत, विद्वान आहेत, बुद्धिमान आहेत, चारित्र्यवान आहेत, गुणवान आहेत. आणि सद्गुणांची पूजा हीच ईश्वर पूजा म्हटलं आहे. ईश्वर काय हो? जीससपासून सुरुवात करा, बुद्धापासून सुरू करा, मारुती असेल, हनुमान असेल, देवी असेल, काय नाव असतील, हे सद्गुणांचे कुणीतरी पुतळे होते ना. सद्गुणांचं स्वरूप आहे आणि त्या सद्गुणांची पूजा होते. वारकरी आला तर पाया पडतो, टाटा बिर्ला आला तर नमस्कार करतो आपण. फरक आहे. खूप श्रीमंत आहेत मोठे, परंतु त्यांनी सोन्याचा महाल बांधला आळंदीमध्ये, त्याला तीर्थक्षेत्र नाही म्हणत. त्याला भटकरानेच बोललेत आणि मशळकरांचं दोघांच्या याच्यामध्ये, नाव द टाइम हॅज कम टू ट्रान्सफॉर्म द पिलग्रिम सेंटर्स ऑफ इंडिया अँड द वर्ल्ड इंटू नॉलेज सेंटर्स ऑफ इंडिया अँड द वर्ल्ड. ही ज्ञानतीर्थक्षेत्र आहेत. ही भाषा या थोर शास्त्रज्ञांच्या लक्षात ठेवा. आणि त्याच्याकरता ही छोटीशी पण ही राऊंड टेबल कॉन्फरन्स की आत्मपरीक्षण आहे, चिंतन आहे, विथ अ सायंटिफिक विजन अँड अंडरस्टँडिंग. पाहणं, अनुभवणं महत्त्वाचं आहे. तो डोम जो आहे तो स्पिरिच्युअली ओरिएंटेड सायंटिफिक लॅबोरेटरी असं मगाशी म्हटलं भटकर सरांनी सुद्धा. याच्या पाठीमागं फार मोठा संदेश आहे आणि ते घडलं आहे. इथं आळंदीच्या शेजारी, आळंदी देऊच्या लगत, पुणे शहराच्या विद्येच्या माहेरघरामध्ये असं काही एमर्जन्स होतं आहे. कारण काही विवेकानंदांचं स्वप्न साकार करण्यासाठीचा हा खटाटोपा, हा प्रयत्न आहे. मी आपल्या सर्वांचे आभार मानतो, आमच्या स्वामीजींचे, सरांचे. तुम्हाला धन्यवाद देतो आणि थांबतो. रामकृष्ण हरी. ठीक आहे.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's rise in our seats and give sir a big round of applause, my friends. His words of wisdom have always been guiding us and showing us path forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being there always. And with this, we are coming towards the end of this inaugural session. But before we conclude, I would like to request the professor of MIT School of Consciousness and Ultimate Reality at MIT-WPU University, Dr. Suman Kaul, Madam, to propose vote of thanks.
Respected Dayas, Honorable Chief Guest of today's program, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Yogi Amarnath ji sir, all the speakers of this program, other dignitaries on the dais, and delegates. Namaskar, and once again warm welcome to all of you in this beautiful and magnificent Saint Sri Naneshwar Hall, which is a symbol of spirituality, knowledge, and harmony. It is my privilege and honor to deliver vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the First World Conference on Consciousness. I, on behalf of Organizing Committee and School of Consciousness faculty members, would like to thank our beloved revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Founder, President, MIT-WPU University, who had envisioned the School of Consciousness long time ago. And sir, with your blessings, moral support, and guidance, the school has become now a reality. We are highly grateful and thankful to you for giving us an opportunity to be in this unique school. We are aware of the fact that your expectations are very high from us, and we will strive hard to take a step towards fulfilling your expectations, and for that we will always seek your blessings and guidance. Thanks a lot, Professor Vishwanath Karad sir. We would like to thank our respected chief guest for today's Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, for being with us today. You have always been a beacon of light for MIT-WPU University, and particularly for the School of Consciousness, because subject of consciousness is very near and dear to you. So in your keynote speech, you told us and you emphasized on the fact that the reading and studying consciousness from Vedic and scientific perspective is very important. We will always need your guidance to show us the path forward on the upcoming journey of our school. Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, sir. We also thank Yogi Amarnath ji, sir, who is there today with us, for your blessings and for enlightening us with your thoughts. We would like to thank, even though Sri Rahul V. Karad sir is not there, but we would like to thank him for who has been very kind and generous, and he has given a lot of support for our school. Your enthusiastic, empathetic, and energetic approach has always been highly motivating for us. Thank you, Rahul V. Karad sir, for guiding us from time to time. We would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, respected Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis sir, for your support from time to time. We would also like to thank our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Milind Pandey sir, who has worked a lot in the background to help us in organizing this conference. We would like to thank Professor Dr. Jayant Khandare sir, Director School of Consciousness, for your continuous support and also for introducing me and my faculty colleagues to this School of Consciousness, which is a unique School of Consciousness in this esteemed organization. Thank you, Dr. Jayant sir. We would also like to thank Dr. Deepak Ranade sir for your continuous support and involvement in the School of Consciousness. We would like to thank you for your great support because you have enlisted the majority of speakers in this conference who are going to participate in the event and make this event a grand success. Thanks, Dr. Ranade sir. We would also like to thank all eminent speakers who have joined us from other states and from different parts of Maharashtra to enlighten us with their knowledge of consciousness. We have also speakers from USA and Europe who will be joining us virtually. We thank each one of you for taking your precious time out to be with us in this conference. We would like to thank all the delegates who are present here in St. Sri Naneshwara Hall, MIT World Peace University, to make this event a grand success. We would like to thank Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir's office, all technical staff, media and audio-visual team, transport and accommodation management team for their consistent support, without whose cooperation this inaugural session would not have been possible. We would also like to thank organizing committee, School of Consciousness, faculty and staff members for their unprecedented help for the last 1 month to make this inaugural event happen smoothly. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Gautam Bapat for kindly accepting on a very short notice to anchor this grand inaugural session. Thanks once again to all of you, and I wish this two-day event a great success, and I hope each and every one of us will enjoy the deliberations that are going to happen during this First World Conference on Consciousness. Thanks to all once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suman Kaul, madam. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries. But please note that we are now going to have a very short, absolutely short 5 minutes tea break, which is right outside the hall. The next session is going to start absolutely next 5 minutes. So please, I request all of you to please have your tea right outside this hall and come back in next 5 minutes. I request all the dignitaries, all the speakers to please assemble outside the hall around the statue of Saint Gyaneshwara for a memorable photograph. So I request all the dignitaries, all the speakers of next sessions, everyone to assemble outside the hall at the statue of Saint Gyaneshwara for the photograph. Thank you very much. See you back in next 5 minutes.
CH neurosurgery program. He did his neurosurgery program from KM Hospital, Mumbai. He is actively involved in research and also pursuing PhD in consciousness studies. So I request Dr. Ranade to chair the session.
Friends, welcome for this first session. It is a great privilege and honor to have Dr. Ulysses D. Corpo as one of the speakers. He'll be joining us from Rome in Italy. Dr. Corpo has been my friend since the past 10 years, and he is working exclusively in the domain of syntropy. For those of you all, Professor Karad is very familiar with thermodynamics and quantum physics, where they mention about entropy. Entropy is a function of the disorder of a system. But Dr. Ulysses is primarily concerned with working in the reverse, that is syntropy, which is the measurement of orderliness. And one of the dictums of quantum physics is that the entropy of the universe is increasing. But Dr. D. Corpo is working in the domain where he's saying that if evolution has to take place, the syntropy of the universe has to increase so that the man becomes greater and greater evolved. So he has revisited the Einstein's equation of E is equal to mc squared, and it'll be a fascinating talk for all of you all. I've managed to convince him to participate in this conference. We are also lucky to have his wife, Dr. Antonella Vanini, who will be speaking tomorrow. She'll be speaking on retrocausality. So I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Ulysses from Rome, Italy. Dr. Ulysses.
Thank you. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate to this conference. My topic is syntropy, the essence of consciousness. I will start from special relativity, then define what syntropy is, and arrive to how syntropy explains consciousness. As everyone knows, we attribute the equation E equal mc squared to Albert Einstein, but few know that this equation had already been published in 1819 by Oliver Hafside, in 1900 by Henry Poincaré, and in 1903 by Olinto de Pretto. However, there was a problem, since this equation did not include speed, which is a form of energy. In 1905, Einstein added the momentum to the E equal mc squared equation, obtaining in this way the energy momentum mass equation, which is a quadratic equation and includes the speed of physical bodies. Since we must use a square root to obtain the value of energy, and square roots always have two solutions, and since in the momentum there is time, the energy momentum mass equation has always two solutions for energy: a forward in time energy and a backward in time energy. And since we move forward in time, the backward in time energy is for us energy that converges towards attractors. The energy momentum mass equation implies a supercausal world with causes acting from the past and attractors that retract from the future. In 1905, the backward in time energy was considered impossible, and Einstein solved the dilemma, saying that since bodies move at extremely low speeds when compared to the speed of light, we can consider the momentum equal to zero, and in this way, we go back to the E equal mc squared equation, which has only one positive solution and does not consider time. But in quantum mechanics, the spin of electrons, that is the rotation of electrons, is very fast and nears the speed of light. Consequently, the momentum cannot be considered equal to zero, and the energy momentum mass equations must be used with its convenient backward in time solution. For this reason, in quantum mechanics, we have forward in time waves and backward in time waves. We also have particles which are determined by the past and waves which are probabilistic and governed by future attractors. In 1941, Luigi Fantapié, one of the foremost mathematicians of the time, to the point that in 1950, Oppenheimer invited him to the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton to work directly with Einstein, listing the mathematical properties of the forward and backward in time energy solution. Fantapié discovered that the forward in time energy diverges from causes and is governed by the law of entropy, whereas the backward in time energy converges towards attractors and is governed by a law that Fantapié named syntropy, from the Greek words syn, which means converging, and tropos, which means tendency. The properties of syntropy are energy concentration, increase in differentiation, structure, and complexity, which are the properties of life. In 1944, Fantapié wrote a book titled The Unitary Theory of the Physical and Biological World, in which he states that the physical world is a manifestation of the forward in time solution of energy, governed by the law of entropy, whereas the biological world is a manifestation of the backward in time solution of energy. Fantapié suggests that life is caused by attractors, which are in the future, and that life is finalized, is future-oriented. Fantapié named this theory unitary since, according to the first law of thermodynamics, energy is a unity that cannot be created or destroyed, and entropy and syntropy are defined as the two complementary aspects of this unity. So we have a duality based on entropy and syntropy, and a unity given by the fact that energy is a unity. Entropy and syntropy are the complementary manifestations of the same unity. It is important to note that the entropic world is visible, since it depends on causes placed in the past, whereas the syntropic world is invisible, since it depends on attractors which are placed in the future, and we cannot see the future. Feynman and Fantapié described entropic causes as emitters and syntropic attractors as absorbers. According to Fantapié, living systems are syntropic and therefore they are energy absorbers. This is consistent with the fact that nearly all the energy that we use derives from biological masses, such as wood, coal, petrol, gas, and biofuels. The distinction between absorbers and emitters provides an interesting insight into one of the basic properties of life, the feeling of life. According to Antonio Damasio, the background feeling, which is equivalent of the feeling of life, is the fundamental element of consciousness and life. This background feeling would be a consequence of the property of absorbing energy and would be the essence of life itself, the feeling of life. If this is correct, it follows that the feeling of life, which is here considered at the basis of consciousness, is a manifestation of the backward in time energy solution and of the future. The equivalence feeling of life equal energy absorption leads to the assumption that systems based on the positive energy solution, that is, systems which are physical and entropic, as for example machines and computers, will never have the feeling of life, independently from their complexity. On the contrary, systems based on the backward in time energy solution, that is syntropy, for example, life itself, should always have a feeling of life independently from their complexity. This model describes a supercausal reality made of entropic visible side and a syntropic invisible side. We can know the entropic side thanks to our 5 physical senses, whereas we can feel the syntropic side of reality through the feeling of life and feelings in general. Since syntropy is converging energy, when we are heading towards the tractor that emanates syntropic energy, we feel warmth and well-being in the autonomic nervous system that supports life functions. On the contrary, when we diverge from the attractor, we feel emptiness, void, and suffering. These feelings of well-being and suffering work as the needle of a compass. When we feel well-being and warmth, it means that we're going in the right direction. On the contrary, when we feel emptiness, void, and suffering, it means that we are going in the wrong direction, and we must correct our path. Paying attention to these feelings is therefore fundamental in our path towards well-being and happiness. Well, this is all I wanted to tell today. I thank you again for having invited me to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ulis. For just a take-home message, what Professor Ulis is trying to say is that in the non-living aspect of the universe, the entropy is increasing. But in all life forms, it is syntropy which is manifesting, and syntropy is actually a very high order. And as he concluded in his talk, he said that when we are getting positive feelings, it means that we are going in the right direction. And when we are having negative feelings, it's probably we are going in the wrong direction. For any questions or any doubts about his talk, I have his personal email address with me. So anyone who has any questions that are addressed to Dr. De Corpo, you can please contact me. I'll share his email address with you all. The next speaker on our list is Professor Alex Hankey. I'd request Professor Alex Hankey to give a brief introduction. He doesn't like too many introductions, but he's a scholar. I call him as a modern day Rishi. He is actually alumni of the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's worked in the Standard Linear Accelerator of Stanford Linear Accelerator, which are the predecessor of the Large Hadron Collider. He is a quantum physicist, a theoretical physicist with great study in Advait and Vedantic philosophy. And he also is presently working in the translation of Patanjali Yoga Sutra. My respects to you, Professor Hankey, and please enlighten us with your knowledge.
Namaskar. Thank you, Professor Ranade. It's a great privilege to be here. I want to thank the organizers of the conference from the bottom of my heart. Dr. Vishwashanti, our founder president, always finds wonderful, wonderful topics for these conferences which can really change our intellectual history. So, the topic of my talk is how instabilities in physiologic regulation enable organisms to support self-awareness. And the whole point is that optimal regulation requires the existence of instabilities. And these instabilities enable organisms to support self-awareness and consciousness. So, the outline is that there will be essentially 5 parts, very short. Background, a part 1 about why regulation requires the instabilities, why instabilities, yes? Okay. Sorry, I'm having difficulty seeing. Part 3, how instabilities support consciousness and self-awareness. They produce self-awareness. And I'll give a very brief summary if we have time. So the background is all to do with molecules and how the molecular biologists get it all wrong. The real thing is that, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty seeing these things. Most scientists still think that life is only complex chemical molecules and that mere molecules cannot support self-awareness. They conclude that consciousness therefore cannot be explored scientifically. And this presentation is going to explain through looking at complexity biology and show that instabilities in regulation can actually support self-awareness and consciousness. Consciousness and self-awareness, most of us would think are pretty much identical, but you have to be fairly careful in discussing these things. So, molecular biology is incomplete. Molecular biologists wouldn't tell you this. I have to explain it to my biological colleagues in the School of Biology at the Department of Science here. No proper account is given of epigenetic regulation and its infinite beautiful correlations, and these are essential for organisms to be able to adapt, to compete, and to survive in the real world. The problem is that biologists only grow organisms in test tubes, so they never think about what happens in the real world unless they're ecologists, like, say, Dr. Sanjay Deshmukh. And then the ecologists don't feed back into fundamental biology. But my background has been in thinking about the Irish systems of medicine for the last 35 years, and I've managed to transfer my understanding from Ayurveda, yoga, homeopathy, and so on to really good advances in fundamental biology. These build on wonderful discoveries by very famous scientists. So physiologic regulation contains instabilities. The instabilities optimize regulation, they maximize competitiveness, and they solve these problems. So regulation utilizes instabilities because they optimize regulation to external demands. Optimizing regulation maximizes competitiveness, and the most competitive organisms naturally rise to the top and they outcompete everyone else. So every single organism today possesses the key properties that maximize competitiveness. This is, it's just ordinary logic and very reasonable. I don't have to give you technical details to understand it. The key scientist in this is the famous Stuart Kauffman, who wrote his famous book, At Home in the Universe, and he produced an extraordinarily wonderful theory of epigenetic regulation of a holistic kind back in the 1960s as a graduate student from Stanford. And he's a doctor, but the man whose class he was attending at the time was so furious that he spent his nights on computer, that he made him bottom of the class. He is now, of course, a Nobel Prize candidate for his amazing work. And what happens in this particular subject is that when you give an organism a sequence of identical stimuli, you don't get a series of identical responses. They're all very different from each other, and they obey a very special kind of distribution, statistical distribution. The statistical distribution is called a fractal 1/f distribution. Don't worry about what that means, but it is characteristic of the subject in which I happened, by Guru Kripa, to do my own PhD research. It's characteristic of critical instabilities in a subject called phase transitions. So, a very famous scientist who comes next, Per Bak, unfortunately passed away. The late Per Bak showed that these critical these fractal distributions must be due to critical instabilities in physiological regulation. And he coined a term called self-organized criticality, which I've been at pains to slightly explain more fully and more completely. So now let's go on to the next part 2. Instabilities collapse wave functions. Wave functions, please note, cannot produce an effect on other wave functions. They can interfere with them, they can do various other things, superimpose on them, but they cannot collapse them. Now, if you take the definition of consciousness, which comes up in a bit, as consciousness collapses wave functions, it means that quantum wave functions cannot have anything to do with supporting consciousness in the brain. That's why I'm talking about instabilities. So what you get is that you look at pure consciousness and quantum wave functions, and then you look at the things which come later and how they cause stability, quantum fields. So my favorite physicists are the people who worked out quantum mechanics, Niels Bohr on the left, Werner Heisenberg on the right, and John von Neumann, who wrote his famous book, The Mathematical Foundations of Quantum Mechanics, in which he explicitly stated the only choice is what Bohr and Heisenberg had realized. Consciousness collapses the wave function. But nobody at that point knew how. Now the key is this, it's instabilities. Materials, first line, materials are kept stable by quantum fields that stabilize them. This applies to all kinds of materials. When these quantum fields are removed, the material is no longer stabilized. It starts to undergo instability fluctuations. They're very, very famous. They were discovered by Johannes van der Waals in the 1860s, and they've been 150 years of really quite being well understood. But nobody realized that these things were happening in our physiology because they actually optimize response, these instabilities, they optimize response to external demands. But if the instabilities annihilate the stabilizing quantum fields, they reduce quantum wave packets, as we say, they collapse quantum wave functions, they become candidates for the place to put consciousness. So consciousness, according to this understanding, occurs at the instabilities in biological regulation. And it turns out that that's just the right place for them to do all their good work in allowing us to move our muscles, speak our speech, sit down at the end and revert to silence. So if we postulate that consciousness is present at an instability, then such a consciousness will collapse wave functions. So the conclusion at the bottom of this slide is that organisms support consciousness. This is true for all organisms, even the fruit flies on your bananas and the amoeba in the puddles. They all satisfy this, and they all seem to support some kind of intelligence. Organisms support consciousness at instabilities in regulation. And now, just a little bit about self-awareness. Instabilities can be shown to contain an infinitesimal loop of information, and the example I gave for that is the Reynolds number, as it's called in fluid flow at the onset of turbulence, where you get a tiny infinitesimal loop of fluid flow. And you can look at the flow of smoke from a joss stick, what's it called? Incense. And you see various instabilities developing. Such a loop constitutes a perfectly self-observing system. Now, information flows, you know, from the observed. You're looking at me, and the information from the light flows to your eyes, and you say, I'm looking at Alex. I sympathize. And it flows, therefore, from the known to the knower. Each of us is a knower of knowledge, and if we're lucky, a good level of gyan too. And the flow of information is a process of knowing. So in the infinitesimal loop of information, the knower, the process of knowing, and the known become one. And this is what Vedanta tells us, and you find it really in the understanding of Chaturtham in the Mandukya Upanishad. So, as a summary, physiological regulation is centered on instabilities. Instabilities collapse quantum wave functions, and consciousness or self-awareness is supported by the instabilities. So they cause quantum wave functions to collapse, and consciousness, self-awareness is supported by instabilities. Thank you so much. I look forward to questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hankey. It was a very enlightening talk. For those who are uninitiated, quantum physics talks of a very unique phenomenon where they talk of a quantum superposition. So that means the whole, it talks of infinite possibilities. And it is only when a conscious observer observes an event that the other possibilities, we call that as a collapse of the wave function, and what is observed is actually the event that happens. So that is a very unique take of quantum physics. And in fact, where Professor Hankey mentioned about the knower knowledge and the known being one, that is very beautifully described by one of our Sant Tukaram's Abhanga, where he says, Sandeli Triputi. That Triputi is the trinity of the knowing, the knower, the known, and the process of knowing. And when these three are united, that is the state of realization. So thank you so much, Professor Hankey. If there are any questions that are there, I would request all of you all to please write it on the pad that has been given to me, and we'll address those questions at the end of the session. A big round of applause for Professor Hankey. I would just console all those who are attending this that there are certain terms and terminologies that are a little difficult to understand. But I assure you all that if you all take further interest in this particular domain, it is very, very fascinating, and it is really very beautiful. I now call upon the next speaker, Professor Dr. Swami Radhikananda Saraswati. She's a spiritual leader initiated into Siddha Yoga by Swami Muktananda, and she started her own Swami Umananda. She studied under her guru, Swami Umananda, under whom she studied Kundalini Yoga. She's opened a Siddha Yoga ashram in Pune in 1987. She's published numerous books on the subject and has a PhD in a thesis which is called Comprehension of God, which is a very interesting subject. She regularly teaches discourses on various aspects of Kundalini Yoga meditation. Dr. Radhikananda Saraswati is going to talk today on universal consciousness and ultimate reality. Dr. Swami Yogananda. Swami Radhikananda Saraswati, a big.
Sadgurunath Maharaj ki jai, Mahayogi Swami Umanand Saraswati ki jai. Dr. Karad, I genuinely thank you for this opportunity to give me this opportunity to share my views, and dignitaries and on dais and my philosophers and friends. Some days back when I discussed my paper with Dr. Karad, he had acute questions and very focused questions that made my paper more clear to me. So I should first thank him because of his giving us a chance to come and share our views. We are able to understand these subjects more and more in deep. Maybe we are just in the starting point, but we would like to go ahead and study more and share more so that we understand things better. Today I am going to talk about universal consciousness and ultimate reality. These are actually two pairs of words. They are two pairs of words, and simultaneously we belong to two kinds of worlds. World, W-O-R-L-D. We belong to two kinds of worlds. One world is Nirgun Nirakar, the unseen world of God. And second is the seen world, that is Sakar, Sakarit world, the seen manifested world of mortal man, mankind. Now these two words, which I have the two pairs of words, the first combination belongs to the Nirakar world, universal consciousness, because there is no gross substance which we can touch or feel. Whereas the next word, ultimate reality, gives us a hope to associate with this particular word. After the discussion with Dr. Karad, I realized that both actually mean the same, but one belongs to the unseen world. The first pair belongs to the unseen world, and the second pair belongs to the manifested world. Just as if the gods have to come down to the mortal level, the mortal man's world, he has to take a form. Similarly, if we need to cross over to the other world, we need to leave our form. So these two basically worlds, they are mentioned even in Gita, para, apara, prakriti, but these two different worlds are the words, those pairs of words belong to these two different worlds. What is the speciality? First thing I would like to say, universal consciousness is light of God, and ultimate reality is God in light. They actually mean the same, but with universal consciousness, if man has to interact, we need something, some substance, either in the form of a mortal or in the form of teachings. Whereas ultimate reality has obviously acquired a form and has presented his teachings. I'll give a simple example of, say, word knowledge. Knowledge can be understood by the intellect, but we cannot interact with it unless it manifests itself as knower and his teachings. In the universal consciousness world, in the world of the gods, the light, it is actually the light of God. In this light, Dr. Karad asked me, what is special about the light? So I said, Doctor, I'm saying now that in that light, if you make a sentence, we have subject, verb, and object. But in that light, these three fuse as one. They unite as one. For example, we have taken the word knowledge. In that, the knower and the known are together. They are not identified. Adam, idam, and aham. Aham and idam. They are one. They are not distinguished separately. The verb is also missing there. So there is no subject, no verb, no object in all the abstract nouns, and these belong to the unmanifested world of God. Now we need to come back to the manifested world of mortal, which is very essential because we can only interact in this mortal world, because none of us know yet what the immortal world is like. But all the abstract nouns, you can take any noun which, if it is borrowed from the immortal world, if needs to be represented through us, we can. Each one of us can represent a value of the immortal world. For example, if I want to become a knower, if I want to represent knowledge, I have to pursue knowledge, I have to think in the lines of knowledge, and I have to try and be a knower. Similarly, anyone who would like to represent any one of the virtues, may there be valor. Yes, valor. Today we can talk about valor being represented through Shivaji Maharaj of Maharashtra. We can talk about valor being represented by Indra in Vedic times. So all these words, when they have to manifest, they have to take a form and the quality of that particular abstract noun which we are talking about. So I try and take this universal consciousness. We will right now, for the time of being, for easier understanding, we will drop out the words universal and ultimate, because consciousness and reality are the two words which will give us a leading understanding. When you go to the word consciousness, it is light. If I would like to represent consciousness in the world, then I have to first of all, or if consciousness has to manifest itself through me, the light of God, it has to manifest through any one of us, through me, then as I said, I have to be conscious, continuously be aware of this consciousness in me. I have to pursue it, live by the conscience, so that someday the people will realize that here is probably a woman of conscience. So this manifestation of any abstract noun, in abstract noun, The subject, verb, and object are together. Whereas in the mortal world, they three are identified separately. Now, if we are asked, would you like to represent any particular value which belongs to the universal immortal world? Yes, we would like to. All those saints, seekers, known gods, manifested gods, have held up some beautiful virtues. Dr. Karat talked about we are worshipping the qualities of people. Exactly, that is what I'm saying, that when they need to be manifested, those virtues need to be manifested. Is there anything particular given to us in order to, if I wish to manifest through me valor, if I need to manifest, do I have anything in my hand? Yajurveda brings to our notice what is given to man as a list. In the form of a list, Yajurveda has noted down what is specially given to a man by God. Just as a mother gives birth to a child and hands over everything which she has in her, same way the universal Paramatma gives Jivatma a birth, handing over everything that is in Paramatma. Then how come we differ? We differ. We are very small compared to that. In Yajurveda, God says, you are not Dina. I have given you every quality which belongs to me. Then how does it present itself? We need to live by those. What are the three powers? Yajurveda calls them Teen Kamadhenu. Three wish-fulfilling powers. But for our easier understanding, I would like to say these three powers are Jnana Shakti. We have the knowledge, we have the power to know, to understand, to speak, to learn, to teach. This is a very high quality given to a man. Second one, Ichha Shakti, a will, a strong will. Do you want to represent knowledge on earth? Yes, I want to. At what cost? At any cost. At any cost, I want to represent that. Do you want to represent affection? Yes, at any cost. Compassion, at any cost. If you wish to represent these values, then you have to have a will. You should be able to have the knowledge, which is a Jnana Shakti, of what word, which abstract noun would you like to present on earth. Third is the Kriya Shakti. It is not enough just to know about consciousness. It is not enough to just to wish that it appears through you or manifests through you, but it needs to you to develop an art of living by it, that is Kriya Shakti. These are called three Kamadhenu in Yajurveda. And the consciousness is called the light of God, which is given to mortal so that no darkness ever comes near your physical form. Now you will say, I'm so often surrounded by darkness at night. Yes, but even under the blankets, you know where you are. Even if you are not seeing your form, you know it is there. This sort of a knowledge, this sort of a light, which will give you the seer's identification without seen, S-C-E-N-E, without the act of seeing, S-E-E-I-N-G. You are given the power to know where you are. That is the light of God given to you. Along with that, in Yajurveda, they say they have given three Kamadhenu. We are talking about the three powers which are given to us. And now we all have this light with us. We all have these three Kamadhenu. That is wish-fulfilling cows, they say, but it is Jnana Shakti, Ichha Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. We are able to learn, we are able to wish, and we are also able to function. These three powers are given to us. Now there is one more very important thing. What comes in the way if I want to represent knowledge on the earth? What will, if at all, come in my way? They are called impurities in Shaivism. They are called impurities. Mala, we call it mala. First mala is Anava mala, which will give you a raw understanding of your own self. Today, as Dr. Karad said, that we don't know how large the arena of the scholars might be. We feel we have learnt enough. But the more and more you interact with people, the more and more you realize that your intelligence needs to be fed again and again, fed again and again. So here we have three malas. The first mala is, if you wrongly know yourself as, I know I am a knower. Are you? Are you the knower? No. If you were the knower, fully enlightened, then intuition probably would not have played a role in your life. Whereas intuition plays a great role in our life. Every time there is something new suggested, yes, the mind is fed. The mind is fed with the universal consciousness. It enriches your intellect. It enriches your intellect. So I know might be a very limited understanding about ourselves, which this can be considered as one of the impurities, anavamala, in the life of a seeker. The second is mahiyamal. I have enough information about being the knowledgeable person. I possess enough information. Again, I would say this is a wrong identification, because the more and more people you interact with, you will realize that there are a lot of different aspects which are going to be fed to you, and you are going to understand. But the beautiful part of it is that you have a right choose to do your karma, that is, choose an abstract noun from the immortal world to present through you. Responsibility, sense of responsibility, yes. I would like to present, or I would like to be, like you call, ambassador of a country. Like that, I would like to be ambassador of, say, let's knowledge. I love the word knowledge. I have great passion for this subject, universal consciousness and ultimate reality. But this is what it is. When the consciousness has decided to manifest on earth, it needed a form. It cannot manifest on earth without a form. It has to take a form. It has to take a form of conscious person, a man with consciousness, and his particular way of presenting the consciousness. Therefore, all of us, we belong to two worlds. One world is Nirakar Nirgun, second is Sakarit world. If we need to be a part of the Nirakar, yes, don't worry, we are not talking about death now. We want to be a part of Nirakar world, but without dying. Yes, you can. How can you be a part of the Nirakar world? Decide to choose any one abstract noun, whether it is valor, whether it is light, whether it is kindness, compassion, Christ, compassion, very beautifully depicted today. All these qualities are there, and abstract noun, the world, immortal world, is full of abstract nouns. From the mortal world, we need to pick up any one. If you can pick up multiple tasking, if it's easier for you, and you pick up 10 qualities, nothing like it. For example, Sri Krishna's one objective was, what was his objective? I shall come on earth to reset or set right dharma. That was his objective. Because of that objective, he had the power to represent. Yes, he represented, and it had multiple facets. His idea was to represent setting the righteousness right, dharma right, but he had multiple choices of how to do it. So right now, we just need to choose what quality would you like to represent on earth. If it is universal consciousness, and if you live by conscience, you will be soon going towards the ultimate reality, that is, you will almost be very close to godliness. Godliness, yes, God and his godliness. So we need to have these three impurities, we need to deal with them. I am, yes, I am. Are you a full-fledged knowledgeable person? No. Are you enlightened? No. I would like to be enlightened. Yes, keep space, because the word enlightenment is a massive word. It's a large, huge word. We need to go across oceans and oceans to meet the actual state. But that is consciousness. If you want to represent any other value, any other quality, like we have the example of Christ, he represented compassion, forgiveness. Yes. I know the time is up, so I'll just enclose this. Can mortal be godly? Please choose any one good quality. Serve it dedicatedly. Hold on to that quality. Live by that quality. And you never know, you will be very close to whom we call God. Try and live by any one virtue, and try and know any one deity with one such virtue, because someday we all need to visit the other side of the world. We must have someone there familiar to us. May you call it Ganesh or Ram or Krishna or Jesus or Christ or Allah. So please, it's a great I would like to thank Dr. Karad once again sincerely for allowing me to share my views. Not only that, he discussed the paper with me and made me more focused on my topic. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swami Radhikananda Saraswati. The same, I would like to, if anyone has any questions, you can please write them on the papers and it's given to you. And okay, one quick question from Dr. Singhal.
Hello. I have one question with a very humble. You have made a statement that consciousness leads to the knowledge, and we have we know that it is criticized that by the intellectuals that all religions are male dominated, because all messengers from God, they are male. Now my question is, because of the immoral situation and say so many problems as said in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, after making lot of spiritual practices, even Gautam Buddha and Muhammad Paigambar and so on, they got knowledge. And they came out of that cave or that peepal tree and said, this is the knowledge. And it is known as a religion. So my question is, whether it is their person's knowledge, their subconscious minds gave it, or it is a God's message. Because when we feel it is a God message, then there is no deviation. It is ultimate. But if it is a person's knowledge, because you see there are differences in the knowledge of Gautam Buddha and Hazrat Muhammad Paigambar. Hazrat Muhammad Paigambar says there is a God and he controls everything. And Buddha says, I don't know. So my question is, consciousness leads to knowledge. It is the individual's knowledge or it is a God's message? Thank you.
The question is for me. Sorry, Dr. Pathan. We couldn't hear you very clearly. So will you just highlight in one line what the question is?
His question was that the knowledge which you are saying is knowledge is consciousness leads to knowledge. So all he wanted to know was whether the messages of the prophets like Muhammad Paigambar or Gautam Buddha, is this personal knowledge or is it God's knowledge?
Okay. Now, one difference that I can tell between the personal knowledge and the conscious knowledge. I'll give you the very clear-cut difference between that. Whenever we do something wrong, an inner voice obstructs us. Whenever we go to do something wrong, if we are going to cheat somebody or fight with somebody or criticize somebody, the one inner voice comes in and says, don't do it. But when you go to do something right, no inner conscience comes in and obstructs us. If whatever knowledge you present, if it is not interrupted by an inner voice, it means it is the voice of God. And if it gets interrupted by an inner voice and makes you think again, it definitely needs to be rechecked.
Okay,
Sir,
thank you,
I hope
Dr. Saraswati. That was a quick answer. Dr. Singhal, just one question and then we'll break for lunch.
Comment on that.
Yeah, just one comment, please.
This is saying that action is very deeply linked to Dharma, because if you do something and it's dharmic, then it agrees with your conscience. Now, in English, the word consciousness and conscience are different, but in French they're the same. The word in French for consciousness is la conscience. So this moral content of consciousness is inherent, and I very much liked our speaker's answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Singhal, just one last question, and then we break for lunch. Yeah? Yeah.
Sir, there is a basic question of life, that who I am. Is it a consciousness question or a universal consciousness question? Is it whether our question or the universal consciousness?
Who would, Dr. Saraswati?
Yes.
Dr. Saraswati. He's asking a question, please, and then take the...
Who I am is our conscious question or the universal conscious question?
I didn't get the question.
Who am I? Is that a personal question or a universal
I
question?
would love to talk about this for just 2 minutes. It's very important and it's a very nice question, sir. Dr. Karad, with your kind permission. So actually, we all are sharing the word I when we introduce ourselves. We are calling, I'll be calling myself, I'm Radhikanand, and Dr. Karad will say, I'm Dr. Karad. So we are using the same word I, but the pronouns are the same and the nouns are different. Now the pronoun is shared by everybody. This is the Ekakshari Brahma in us. And the pronouns and the nouns that are being changed, they are changed. They are different. The names are different. And here the logic doesn't appear or it appears. If I am Dr. Radhikananda and I am again, say, Dr. Karad, then who is I actually? So therefore, we can see the difference between the universal consciousness is that I, which we both share as I. But when it comes to the name, the form, as I told you, we have to manifest in the manifested world as a person and his virtues. So I alone in the universal immortal world had to manifest in two forms. I and Radhikanand, or with kind permission, I'm taking Dr. Karad's name very easily. I'm so sorry, but he's been a very close guide to us. So we've been always being guided by him. So it comes to me, and he becomes I am Dr. Karad. So the nouns that we are having are different, and the pronouns. So the pronoun is actually the Ekakshari Brahma, and that is the universal consciousness. Sir.
No,
Okay.
ma'am, we could not understand the question, but anyway, we'll have discuss it later.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry. Sorry.
I think we can keep the questions later on a personal front also. A small brief felicitation of the speakers who spoke just now, and then we'll break for lunch. And then we'll be assembling sharp again at 2 o'clock for the afternoon session. Felicitation of the speakers, please.
Dr. Deepak Ranade, chairperson of this session, is going to now hand over the mementos to all the speakers of this session. Dr. Alex Hankey. Dr. Radhikanand, Swami Radhikanand Saraswati. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Jayant Khandare to present a bouquet to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Deepak Ranade. Thank you all. So this is the end of the session 1. We will be breaking for lunch now for 1 hour. And there is a small... Okay, we will be here back at 2 o'clock. So in between, if anybody is interested, any delegate or speaker is interested in visiting our School of Consciousness that is nearby, our organizers will be guiding you there. Thank you.
And when he established BHU, so he established as a capital of knowledge. And that is why if you visit of dream of some divine being, so you can realize some sort of divine feeling while visiting that campus. And that happens if you come to BHU. And same vibrations are present in this campus also. So I'm very thankful to Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karadji, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, and this entire institution for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all and to chair this session, which is going to be presented by some very illustrious scholars. And because we are already running short of time, so it's a pleasure for me to invite our first speaker of today's session. And first speaker is Dr. K. Raghu, who would make his presentation on mind and consciousness. Dr. Raghu is an experienced psychiatrist with 21 years of experience in the field. He has been a practitioner and trainer of heartfulness meditation for a long time. He's also Mridangam Vidwan State first rank holder and trained in Carnatic music. He has completed his MBBS from Bangalore Medical College and received his Doctor of Medicine in Psychiatry from National Institute of Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, in 1990. It is an immense pleasure for me to invite Dr. Raghu for his presentation. Doctor, please give a round of applause to welcome Dr. Raghu.
Namaste to everyone. Before I start the session, just salutations to all our gurus and the divine being, and also for the organizers here for giving an opportunity to make this presentation today. So the topic that I've been asked to cover today is on mind and consciousness. So I just want to kind of give you an introduction why we chose this particular topic and what is it that we are actually trying to present. Now we do read a lot of things about consciousness from the metaphysical perspective, and then few attempts have been made on and off to bring this metaphysical concept of the consciousness into something of a use in daily life. Now, I've been trained as a psychiatrist from NIMHANS, and I've been practicing meditation for the last nearly 25-30 years. A particular type of meditation called as heartfulness meditation. So, this idea came about in 2014. Why not use meditation as a part of various mental health disorders? In our system, there is the concept of different trainers. So we call an individual to our place, sit with them, give them a half an hour of meditation session. This is how the system works. During the course of that particular sitting, when we do that with a patient or any individual, what we see is that over a period of time, they actually change in terms of their approach to life, their way of life. All those things started to be seen to be changing. So this was quite interesting. And when I actually read about the literature from our own mission, mental illness there, the broadest definition of mental illness was defined as a imbalanced state of mind. And a normal state of mind or a balanced state of mind is what was called as mental health or normal mental health. So if that is the case, a imbalanced state of mind can be brought into a more balanced state by using this technique of meditation. This was the first inkling. Now we have been continuing with this approach over the last 8 years, and with that approach what we have seen is that most of the patients who have been treated with this meditation would require small dose of medication and would also require a shorter duration of treatment. So this was very, very interesting for us, and then we just continued with this particular process, and then now we have applied it to almost all the range of the mental illnesses, the whole range, except for these childhood disorders where there is a learning difficulty or mental retardation. We don't use the word mental retardation. We don't use the word mental retardation. So when we applied this, except for this particular category of patients, we have applied it to almost every other category, including schizophrenia, anxiety disorders, depression, bipolar disorder, almost every other case. So with this background, I will be presenting this particular topic to just highlight what happens if a person meditates regularly. Now I am not going to dwell into the many different types of meditation. There are nearly 250 types of meditation. So each one works differently. Each one works at a different level. People combine everything, yoga, pranayama, meditation, everything as one bunch. No, you need to look at each of these things as a separate thing because each of them work on a different kosha altogether. So with this background, I will start the presentation. So I covered this, the components of the mind. Normally, if you just look at the metaphysical literature, they talk about manas, buddhi, chitta, ahankar as the 4 aspects of the antakarana. But when we practice psychiatry, what we see is that we also see disorders of other aspects of the mind, which is the kalpana, bhavana, prajna and ichha shakti. Now there is a big debate going on whether the prajna is part of the mind or it is something different from the mind. But irrespective of the semantics, can we use it on a day-to-day basis for the empowerment of the patient? That's the whole point of discussion today. What happens? There are many things that changes during the course of the meditation. One of the things that we see as people regularly meditate is that the amount of thoughts and emotions, they get refined over a period of time. So the thought burden comes down, the emotions gradually convert into feeling. Then the buddhi, which is like more materialistic, gradually develops a discriminating quality. We call it as a viveka. So from buddhi you proceed on to viveka. Then there is a refinement of the imagination to the extent that as you go more nearer to the reality, what happens is that the imagination almost goes away because imagination and reality cannot go together. Then the chitta, which is the, if you want to just look at it as consciousness, the consciousness gradually gets refined. Now refined of what? Refined of all the samskaras which are deposited in the consciousness. Now what we do during the process of the meditation is that we go on cleaning the consciousness of all the impressions that has been formed, whether it's in this life or any other life. But once it is cleaned, the person gradually moves from a conditioned state of mind into an unconditional state of mind. Now when the person moves into an unconditioned state of mind, that is what we call as a yogic mind, where the person has full sense of creativity. A materialistic person is under the control of the 3 gunas of nature. A yogic mind can control these 3 gunas. So this is the difference that you progress as you progress to higher realms of consciousness. Then the ahankar gets refined. Now there is, in our literature, when you read the metaphysical aspect of it, you just say presence of I or absence of I. But it doesn't occur in one stage. It's a very gradual process. In our system, we talk about 11 stages in which the ego gets refined. And the last one, as and when the ego gets refined, the willpower becomes heightened. Gradually, it multiplies it into a power called as divine will, where whatever that person wills will happen automatically. Now, most of you people are aware, so I'll just touch a word on this particular slide. There are 5 aspects of the health that we actually look at. Most of the people are only worried about the physical aspect of the health, but that's the last thing to be affected. The first thing to be affected is the spiritual, then the social, then the economical, then the mental, and last is the physical. And most of the people come to us doctors when the last part of the health is affected. Then again, people who are assembled here are quite aware of the different kind of koshas that is there, but very few people actually look at the kind of intervention that they do and in which kosha does it actually work on. So people do go to the gym, go to regular physical activity. Now that affects the Annamaya kosha. People do pranayama. That affects the pranamaya kosha. If you do Reiki, if you do pranic healing, if you do acupuncture, if you do acupressure, all of these affects the pranamaya kosha. Then you have other systems which work on the manomaya kosha. Now meditation, the path that we follow is called as Raja Yoga, modified Raja Yoga. So that works directly on the mind. Then you have the Vijnanamaya kosha, where you use that aspect of the mind for the spiritual progress. And the last one is the Anandamaya kosha, which is where you end up after covering all these things. Now, if you just look at the different dimensions of consciousness where the changes occur. So I've just listed a various, almost 17, 18 different types of consciousness where the changes occur in a 15-minute or half an hour session of meditation. Now, not many people are able to recognize all the changes that is occurring, because they are not very sensitive to the changes that is occurring inside. Now, I have not actually listed the biochemical changes, the genetic changes, all these changes I have not listed. I have only spoken about from the point of view of the consciousness, what are the changes. So there is the sub and super consciousness expansion, expansion across the physical, mental and the spiritual realm, expansion of the consciousness across the 5 realms, then expansion of the consciousness across the 8 aspects of the mind I spoke about, internal and external expansion, body, mind, soul and divine consciousness, individual, cosmic, paracosmic and divine consciousness, finite and infinite consciousness, and across many different spiritual points. Now, these different spiritual points can vary depending on the system that you follow. Then the expansion also across the different chakras of the energy body. Expansion, once you start expanding into the super consciousness, then you have access to the different spiritual worlds. Then you have different densities of consciousness and witness versus observer consciousness and different stages of meditative consciousness. And the ultimate question is the consciousness the end of it? Because there are many aspects or many things, literature in our scriptures which says the consciousness is the highest. But in our system, we say that the consciousness is not the highest. You go through these different stages of consciousness, you then go into the seed of the consciousness, which is where it originates. Then you go into the next stage, which is the potentiality of the consciousness. Ultimately, consciousness dwells as a dimension of awareness when you go near the Bhuma. Now, I have just borrowed the word Bhuma from Chandogya Upanishad. So, there is a conversation between Naraka and Sananda. So, Sanaka and Narada, where Narada goes as a student to Sanaka. Then Sanaka explains all these steps. There are 26 levels in which he takes Sanaka to the highest, which is the self. There are only 2 things which are remaining. The ego is refined to such an extent that only identity remains. That's how we are able to communicate with the higher souls who are not in our realm as of now. And then there is awareness. It is through the awareness that they are able to communicate what they want to convey to us. So, identity and awareness are the 2 ultimate things which are left as you go near to the center or the God or the Bhuma. The terminology could be different. Now, in coming back to the topic on hand today, which is the relationship between mental health and spiritual journey. When we started training in psychiatry, we were told about many different conditions, which was very, very similar to what we had read in the metaphysical literature. So, we were totally confused whether it's a kind of a higher state of consciousness or it is an actually illness. So, over the years, this concept has actually got refined. What we have now come to an understanding is that the spiritual journey and the mental illness, they are actually progress in opposite directions. They are mirror images of one another. It is based on this concept that I am saying with confidence that if you use this particular meditation, even if the person has progressed in the wrong direction as far as the consciousness is concerned, we can bring them back to normal consciousness and then actually start making their journey towards the spiritual consciousness. So, if you just take home the point that the consciousness relating to mental illness and spiritual journey, they are both related to one another, they are in one continuum. One part of the journey you called as spiritual consciousness, other part of the journey you called as mental illness. When you are progressing along spiritual consciousness, your consciousness becomes more and more subtle. When you are progressing along mental illness, the consciousness becomes more and more concrete. In fact, if you want to just go by colloquial example, the first stage of any mental illness is when a person gets attached to one idea or one emotion much more than what they would normally do. Rather than getting it refined, you get attached to that idea, and the attachment, the idea it is attached to, that becomes grosser and grosser, bigger and bigger in the mind. Now that is the first stage of illness of the mind. Now, how do we experience this refinement in the consciousness? If you suppose you go on doing meditation, how do you experience this refinement? There are 11 stages in which you can see the refinement of the consciousness occurring. The highest stage where we have to go as far as the spiritual journey is called as a state beyond the existence, non-existence. The next stage is called as the stage of existence. The third stage is called a stage of awareness. Then below that is the stage of attention, then concentration, then identification, attachment, strong likes and dislikes. The ninth stage is where we normally dwell, where we interact with people, we form samskaras within our system, and that get deposited in the different koshas. Now that is the ninth stage, samskara formation. The 10th stage, where the mind has lost its liquidity, is the stress, and if it goes beyond that into a more solid state, this is just like ice, water becoming ice. So that's what I just mean. The consciousness which is more fluid in nature now starts taking the form of ice cubes, and that is where the person starts feeling stressed out and they become indecisive. So there are so many other things that occur. The last one is the irreversible mental state. The reversible mental state is the illness of depression, anxiety, where they do get fully resolved, and the last stage, irreversible stage, is the stage of schizophrenia. Now, when you do meditation, there are 5 stages of refinement of the consciousness which can be felt by everybody, whoever does the meditation. The first stage is that you feel that you are totally lost, and unfortunately, many of the people think that feeling lost in meditation is the highest, and that confusion is there in many people. So, the first stage is that you are actually going to feel lost. You don't know where you are, you don't know what you are doing. Then in the next stage, you maintain certain degree of awareness. There is a degree of lightness that you can experience at the end of the meditation. That is because the samskara load is now gradually coming down. The third stage of refinement is when you can feel an attribute of the consciousness. Depending on which part of the journey you are in, at some places you can feel peaceful, at some places you feel more joy, at other places you will feel calmness or contentment. So different attributes of the consciousness can be felt at different stages. Then the fourth stage is the attribute also now disappears. There is only a stillness. You feel that nothing much is happening, but you are aware, but nothing much is happening. The last stage is where you feel everything, even that stillness is gone, you feel empty, that everything is gone. Now this is where most of the people, this is the fullness, stage of fullness, or the stage of nirvana, or the emptiness that Buddhists talk about, and the stage of fullness that the Vedanta talks about. Then how do we progress along this kind of consciousness? I mentioned about 11 stages of consciousness. How do you progress along those lines? It is nothing but intensification of the energy that you direct to. The more energy you direct to a particular thing, the more intensified it becomes, the more concrete the consciousness becomes. Now, where is this energy coming from? This energy is infinite. It is there everywhere. Science also says there is infinite energy. You focus that energy onto something, and that makes that particular thing concrete. There is a saying that yad bhavam tad bhavati. So, when you focus your energy on a particular bhava, that actually manifests. Now, that is the bhavati that you are talking about. This is in terms of our region. in most of the literature, we only talk about the consciousness at an individual level and the cosmic consciousness, and that's where the journey ends. But as I said earlier on, the consciousness itself can be taken as to the highest, where it only remains as awareness. So in our system, that's where we gradually dwell into. There are 5, 6 stages. Understanding from the chakra point of view, up to the 6th point, we call it as mukti. From the 6th point on to the Agna chakra on to the Sahasradal, 7th chakra, we call that as the cosmic region. Then beyond that is the divine region. Beyond that is the ultimate or the Bhuma region. Now, I'll just go through 1 or 2 aspects of where science is at. As far as, now this is in terms of the understanding based on experience. Is there anything that we do in terms of objectively measuring all these things? The main instrument that they have actually used is in terms of EEG. They have used EEG across many different types of meditation over the past many years now. And they have been able to notice that when a person meditates, they have bursts of deep sleep. Awareness is maintained, but the bursts of deep sleep is there, and they have the whole range of the waves that you see here, different levels of the waves. But generally, alpha and gamma seems to kind of predominate. But when they go into deep meditation, they go into this delta activity. So the reason why they actually have enhanced level of concentration outside the meditation, because people think that they have to meditate, concentrate during meditation. They don't need to concentrate during meditation. Concentration is an outcome of successful meditation. So this is the perspective where they have actually tried to relate the frequency of the waves that we see on the EEG onto the different learning aspects or the functioning of the brain. I don't want to dwell into that particular aspect now. Last slide, coming to what are the limitations in the current approach that we have got as far as the studying consciousness is concerned. We rely on usage of instruments where you want the external to be projected. Whatever is happening internally needs to be projected outside. So you are relying on an instrument, and unfortunately we have not been able to get hold of an instrument which can actually successfully do that fully. So our ability to feel is lot more better than what the instruments can pick up. Second one is in terms of, I said there are 250 types of meditation. How do you replicate these studies? If you use different types of meditation, it should be replicable. The third one is there are multiple approaches to consciousness. I just mentioned about 18 dimensions of consciousness, and people can approach consciousness in any way that they want. Then how do you actually make it standardized? The fourth one is that each system works at different levels. I said 250 systems are there. In these 11 or 12 steps of consciousness that I gave, each system works at different level. Last one is the starting point of each of the subject is different as their baggage is different. So suppose all the people who are sitting here were to start meditation today, what will be the experience? Each one will experience a different state. Why is that you experience different state? Because you are all starting at a different point. The baggage that you got in this life in terms of your own education, in terms of family upbringing, in terms of the culture, religion, language, everything plays a role. So because of that, the experience will be totally different. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I'll be around. We will take question and answer session at the end of the session. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Raghu, for your very thought-provoking and enlightening presentation. When I was going through the presentation of Dr. Raghu, who is well-trained psychiatrist, well-trained scholar in the research methodology of modern sciences, and when he made his presentation, so I was wondering that how deeply and closely Advaita Vedanta or Vedantic philosophy has influenced the modern understanding of the mind and its different processes. Like the way he talked, I was reminded of the Adi Bhautik and Adi Daivik and Adhyatmik, Sukh and Dukh. He was trying to understand the mind in the form of Pranamaya Kosh and Annamaya Kosh, again, well elaborated by Adi Shankaracharya in his magnum opus Sharirak Bhasya. So it was a great presentation, Dr. Raghu. And since, again, we are running short of time, and I would like to invite questions and answers at the last of the session. And I would also like to make a very brief remark after all the presentations are done. And moving further, it is a pleasure for me to invite our next speaker, Ms. Anandi Ravinath. She is going to make her presentation on journey into mind, consciousness, and DNA, and origin of thoughts. Ms. Anandi Ravinath is a PG biotechnology from IIT Bombay and author of Mind Your DNA, Fusion of Science and Meditation. And she is trustee of Inner Light Foundation, Mumbai. She has worked in the German multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnological company and clinical reference lab for several years. She has also been associated with Cancer Genomics Lab. She has been practicing meditation under the guidance of her spiritual guru and meditation expert Kumar Krishnamurti since 1998. Ms. Anandi is a meditation counselor now, and having practiced meditation for the last 2 decades, she is going to talk on the topic which I mentioned earlier. So most welcome, Ms. Anandi. And please give a round of applause for Ms. Anandi to welcome her.
Respected Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Dr. Deepak Ranade, Dr. Jayant Khandare, Dr. Rahul Karad, Dr. Siddharth Singh, Swami Amarnath, and eminent speakers, dignitaries, guests, and my intelligent young minds. Namaskar to one and all. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this unique conference. I'm also grateful to the Universal All-Intelligent Cosmic Consciousness for giving me messages during my meditation to get in touch with Dr. Padma Shastri, a very senior professor, scientist retired from NCCS, National Center for Cell Sciences. So after nearly 25 years, I reconnected with her, gave her my book, Mind Your DNA, and she immediately put me in touch with Dr. Deepak Ranade, and here I am. So my special thanks to Dr. Padma Shastri and Dr. Deepak Ranade for having made this opportunity for me to come and speak to such an august audience. This conference is all about consciousness, the ultimate reality. Now this reality exists at 2 levels, the macrocosmic level and the microcosmic level. My topic is going to delve into the microcosmic level, microcosmic consciousness, which is the individual consciousness. So my journey into meditation has been a very unique one. It started with my meeting my Guruji Kumar Krishnamurti ji, who himself was a corporate person. He was heading the Italian shipping company at that time, and he also had a spiritual streak in him. He used to go into deep dhyana avastha and speak about meditation. So just like the Vedas and Upanishads were the divine outpourings from the ancient rishis, similarly, Guruji Kumar Krishnamurti used to go into deep meditation avastha and speak about meditation. So all those things got recorded in cassettes, and by divine grace, I got an opportunity to hear those tapes and transcribe it for him. Thus was born the book Inner Light Cosmic Meditation. And as I started practicing meditation and I started helping him out in workshops, I realized that a lot of healing is taking place in the body physical, in people who are attending the workshops. So because of my biotechnology background, I put 2 and 2 together. I said if meditative energies are working on the body physical, then they have to have an impact at the cellular level, at the DNA level. And from the year 2002 onwards, I started getting insights during my meditation about what is happening during meditation at the cellular level, at the DNA level. And over a period of time, a lot of messages I started getting. and I compiled the whole thing with substantiating them with the existing scientific work. So this book, Mind Your DNA, is a compilation of my divine revelation substantiated by the scientific research work. So before I talk about my book, I would like to discuss this mega project which was started by the US, and there were 6 other countries, the developed countries which were involved: US, UK, Germany, France, Japan and China. So the objective of the project was to sequence the... Oh, sorry. Am I very loud? Okay. So this project, the objective of this project was to sequence the entire human genome, find out which portions of the gene are responsible for which disease, and develop targeted therapy against them. Now, it was a decade-long project, and it was a mega-scale project. Nearly $3 billion was spent in that. And after the end of a decade, they found that only 2% of our... Can I have the slide on the screen? Okay. So after nearly a decade, they found that only 2% of the genome is coding...
You can change the slide with you.
Yeah, no, it was there. I was seeing myself on the screen, that's why I thought... Okay. So, yeah, sorry. So, at the end of the project, they discovered that only 2% of our genome is coding for proteins, that is structural proteins and functional proteins, whereas the 98% of our genome was non-coding, does not code for proteins. So, they initially, in fact, called it as junk DNA. Now, it was a mega-scale project and nearly $3 billion were spent, and after sequencing the entire human genome, they found that it is made up of 3.3 billion base pairs of nucleotides. And the other interesting observation that they made, that in that 2% coding DNA, humans were resembling mouse. 99.9% humans and mouse were alike. So when the results of the Human Genome Project were declared at the White House by the then President Bill Clinton, he even made a casual remark, whether we are learning the language in which God created life. So he made a very casual remark, but I feel there's a lot of truth in it. Is it possible that the visible physical body that we see of ourselves is just 2% of who we are? The remaining 98% of who we are, our entire being, is invisible to us. It's our energy, and that is why it has to be realized through the process of meditation, cosmic meditation. So let us try to understand the mind. I would like to call mind as a matrix, because mind is full of, it's a storehouse of enormous amount of information. So right from our childhood, all our experiences get embedded in the mind in the form of emotions, and emotions are collection of thought particles, thoughts. So every incident is related to certain emotions, and these emotions have various thoughts associated with them, and they get embedded in the mind. Now DNA, as we saw, is a giant nanomolecule, and mind is a storehouse of enormous amount of information. So mind is a storehouse of enormous amount of information. Now every emotion has got a form at the macro level. We have facial expressions for every emotion. So at the micro level also, every emotion has to have a structure or a form. Now the prerequisite for any information storage is that it has to have a format and it has to have a medium. Now the format which mind uses to store information is thoughts or thought particles, and the medium is DNA. In DNA, there are 4 nucleotides, A, T, G, C. So perhaps these thoughts are stored in a 3-dimensional configuration. So this A, T, G, C, which exists in the DNA in the double helix, it's got a 3-dimensional conformation, and these 3-dimensional conformation has got probably the information of thought. So mind is in your DNA, and thoughts are the signals used by the mind to send and receive information. Thoughts are photonic in nature, and they are subatomic, so they have both wave-like and particle-like nature. They must be perhaps traveling faster than light, and they cannot be bound by space and time. So mind is your DNA. Now, Mind in its DNA in subtle form is the mind. DNA in its photonic light form is our individual consciousness. Our mind is always cluttered with thoughts. There are billions of thoughts going on in our mind. In fact, a study by Harvard scientists, they found out that we generate almost 80,000 thoughts per day. So you can imagine the amount of thoughts which are generated by the mind, stored in the mind, processed in the mind. So as we start practicing meditation, the number of thoughts that keep playing in our mind field starts decreasing. And over a period of time, you find that a lot of mind gets cleared. You feel your mind has become, you get into a feeling that your mind has become transparent. So spiritual enlightenment perhaps starts at the DNA level. Is consciousness intrinsic to DNA? I would say yes. Because if you look at DNA, it's a nanomolecule, but it's a giant nanomolecule. It is made up of 3.3 billion base pairs of these nucleotides. 2 meters of DNA is packaged inside the nucleus, which is just 2 millionth of a pinhead. And if you consider the information storage capacity of the DNA, the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology has done a lot of research to find out if DNA can be used as a storage medium. They have indeed found that DNA can be used as a storage medium, but they are able to store the information, but they are not able to retrieve it. And they have found that 1 gram of DNA can hold 455 hexabytes of information. 1 hexabyte is 1 billion gigabytes. So that is the enormous amount of information that our genome stores. So we have seen the dimension. The other part of the dimension is it is 120 times narrower than the shortest visible spectrum, violet light. So it is so subtle that it cannot be seen, but it is so giant that so much of information can be stored. Now if you come to the function part of it, there are thousands of biochemical reactions taking place inside our cell every picosecond, and the controller is DNA. So this is not possible if the DNA were not associated with the mind and consciousness. So almost we are made up of some approximately 100 trillion cells, and all these 100 trillion cells are held together by our soul force or the Atmic force, which cannot be seen. It's a continuous field of energy. Our individual consciousness represents an continuous field of energy. Now there were two scientists, British physicist Peter Marser and German mathematician Walter Kemp. Now they both proposed that DNA is like a gyrating, live, oscillating device. It's like a radio device which is able to pick up information and transmit information. According to them, the base pairs form a carrier frequency with a lot of data stored, and that is how they described DNA as human DNA as a stack of several CDs with a biography written on it, and that biography is our life story. The other interesting information was done by Russian scientist Dr. Vladimir Poponin. He, through experiments, he found that DNA is able to communicate to the surrounding consciousness, the light photons. Similarly, Dr. Luc Montagnier, who was a French virologist, he noticed, he even won a Nobel Prize in the year 2008 for having discovered that HIV is causing AIDS. Now later, after those experiments, Dr. Luc Montagnier also wanted to prove that DNA can transmit information to the as an electromagnetic signal to the surrounding water or the light particles. Then there was this Russian scientist, Dr. Peter Garriev. He is also known as a modern wave geneticist, because what he did is, in his experiments, he found that there is a biological language stored in our non-coding DNA, and it follows some kind of a basic syntax, and that DNA can be programmed by human speech when words are modulated on correct frequencies. So this is what exactly happens when we chant mantra. When we do the mantra chanting, it has a positive impact at our DNA level, because over a period during mantra chanting, we go into a zone of non-thought or silence, and at that time a lot of healing takes place. Meditation is a Maha Mantra because it's a silent prayer to the Almighty. So our genome is quasi-intelligent. It has got both energy information and material information. So this non-coding DNA is constantly communicating with the surrounding field of consciousness. The other interesting work was done by Dr. Alexander Gurevich, Russian scientist, in the year 1923. He discovered that our DNA is emitting biophotons, which are ultra fine emissions which has got lots of information related to the spatial arrangement of the tissues and the cells. This work was carried on by Dr. Fritz Alfred Popp, the German scientist, who in the 1970s he discovered that DNA indeed emits biophotons, and they are emitted with a kind of coherence. Then Dr. Roland Van Wijck is currently the head of the International Institute of Biophysicists, and he is heading this project now. And he has written a very good review for my book, Mind Your DNA. So our genome is basically an MP3 file of a 3D movie, and the morphogenetic field surrounding every living organism is a thought field with a lot of thought particles in it. So non-coding DNA, which was termed as junk, is it really junk, or is it a source of inner light? So our mind can be a source of health. Our mind can also be a source of ill health or disease. So it depends on how we use it. If we keep getting stressed out and bogged down by various problems, we'll end up with a lot of health issues. Whereas if we practice meditation continuously and change our lifestyle and practice meditation regularly, then we are able to generate good health for ourselves. So mind management is very important to handle our non-coding DNA, which is also our mind. So a lot of research has been done in terms of the matter form of DNA. What is required now is that everyone should now start practicing meditation, because it will give them a lot of insights about already existing research work. So meditation is a technique where you can upload questions and get answers from the universe. So this shloka sums up all. Every cell is constantly dividing. This Shanti mantra is actually happening inside us. Just one more slide. This Shanti mantra is actually happening inside us, and every day we have to, so by meditation we will generate peace within each and every cell, which will get transmitted to our surroundings. So we are all like individual particles. Our individual consciousness are all like drops of the ocean in the collective consciousness. So a lot of science behind meditation is described in my book, Mind Your DNA. Whosoever is interested in purchasing it is available with me today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Once again, thank you to all the dignitaries, and special thanks to Dr. Deepak Ranade.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Anandi, for your very scholarly presentation. It's a great achievement for this conference associated with this institute to have such kind of a scholarly presentation which could see the convergences of our ancient knowledge with the modern sciences, which is very much the need of time. When we see, when we find the papers at the Institute of Health, NIH, or NCBI, where in the West they are doing a lot of researches, applying the MRI machines, evaluating the cortical thickness, evaluating the decaying gray matters, and when they realize that the sample of the yogis, when they take as a sample, and they have done so many researches where somebody who has done meditation for last 10 or 15 years, and another sample where someone has never done such kind of activities, spiritual activities, and the result appears that the cortical thickness is much more thicker, much more dense as compared to those who have never done any kind of spiritual activities. Similarly, we can find the solution of the dementia or Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. If we could find the the right methodology to do the researches, whatever enshrined in our ancient knowledge, with the calibrating the modern applications, modern devices, modern technological instruments. So I'm so relieved to see that Dr. Anandi, when she presented that even at the level of the DNA, the things can be transformed. When she mentioned about the Chanchala Chitta. So very interestingly, she showed the picture of the DNA moving, and the Chitta, the mind is projected Chanchala in our ancient tradition. Even in the very famous text which is known as Bhagavad Gita of Buddhism, Dhammapada, Buddha says that Fandanam Chapalam Chittam, Durakham Durnivarayam. The mind is so chanchal, it is jumping from one branch of the tree to another branch of tree like a monkey. And it is not easy to fix it, to create one-pointedness. So how should we work with our mind? It says that usu ujum va medhavi usu karo va tejasam. Like an arrow maker sharpen the arrow gradually. The same example which is taken in when the Japanese sword making takes place, katana. So it takes several years, the proper katana. So similarly, the proper arrow maker sharpen the arrow. In the same way, you should deal with your mind. Sharpen gradually, controlling it through the proper spiritual practices, shamat and the vipassana, and so on. So it is very relieving to see that how scientific application is being applied, and I wish that this institute could create a landmark in India, our next generation. And that would be much more appealing to our next generation when they will see the real result of such kind of a spiritual practice. With these words, thanks again to Ms. Anandi. Our next speaker is Dr. Ramkrishna G. Bhatt. Professor Ramkrishna G. Bhatt is working as faculty in Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, IISER, Pune, for last 17 years. He completed his PhD in Organic Chemistry in 2004 from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, followed by his postdoctoral research fellowship in Simon Fraser University, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. He has authored about 50 publications in scientific journals, 2 patents, and several book chapters. He is a well-known motivational speaker and has given lectures in multiple DST Inspire camps, Sucker Times, across the states to motivate young students towards science, Indian history, and culture. He is an avid reader of Vedas, Vedantic, and Upanishadic philosophy, Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Dr. Bhatt is going to talk today on the topic, is consciousness within us or are within it a chemical dance or a trance? So before I invite Professor R.G. Bhatt, I have an announcement given, instructed by the authorities that instead of having question-answer session after this session, you are rather requested to write down your questions so that those could be passed on to our distinguished speakers, and we can have discussion after this session in person. So with these words, it's a pleasure for me to invite Professor R.G. Bhatt. Thank you. Please give a round of applause for Professor Bhatt.
Thank you, Professor Siddharth. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. To begin with, okay, thanks. So as soon as I entered this beautiful campus, we feel that this is something different. This looks like a temple. And what a great feeling is this, to stay in this magnificent, beautiful hall, Santa Jnaneshwara, the philosopher Santa Jnaneshwara hall. the hall of knowledge and peace. I hope all of you agree that this something is special. So to begin with, Professor Vishwanath Karad sir, Mahanta Yogi ji, all the speakers, my dear friends, delegates, and I'm pretty sure there are some students too. And I expect, I'm being a professor, scientist from last 17 years and the research from last 24 years, I must be a student first to talk to someone. And if all of us think that we are students till we die, including me, you, everyone is student here, isn't it? Because it's a vast ocean of knowledge. So I just felt that this such a beautiful campus cannot be built if a person doesn't have apurva janma samskara, or he or she doesn't have that sense of a feeling. And that what we say is something, it is beautiful. Like Professor Vishwanath Karad, I remember, sir, I remember the Plato's word, the king or the ruler or an institution head must be a philosopher to become a ruler. Or the king or the ruler must be the philosopher to run the institution. I think you have both, and I believe all of you agree with that. And that's the Plato's word, and that's the Vedic samskara, and that's the reason we can see everything over here. So today's my topic is like when Professor Jayant Khandare kindly invited me, and I accepted it that this, I'm sorry I have a sore throat, and I may cough in between. Kindly excuse me and give me 1 or 2 extra minutes if I take more time due to coughing. So is consciousness within all of us, or are we within it? Is it a chemical dance? Because we, as a scientist, we talk about everything is materialistic in this nature, or it's a trance which is making all of us to feel we are within the consciousness. So let me start off with my famous quote from the Vedas or the Upanishad. They are one and the same, but when you go to the Jnana Kanda, that becomes Upanishads. It says that avijjanatam vijanatam vijanatam avijnatam. One who thinks I know everything, and that's the doomsday for all of us. I think I know a little bit, I need to learn more. I need to seek all the time, and that's the reason Upanishads is all about. Sorry. I think I don't want to go into define the consciousness, especially students' point of view. If students are here, you must listen to the talk more seriously than the delegates and the seniors, because this is always confusing. Confusion is there. Consciousness from the Western perspective, if you Google it, it is alertness, awakeness. And there is seriously, there is a linguistic problem, okay? Every time we try to translate it to English, or English translate loosely from the Sanskrita or the, ancient languages, and that loses the essence. So maybe I was lucky or blessed to come from a land where I have been hearing the Vedic mantras for a long time. That might have given me an edge, and I studied Sanskrit for 12 to 13 years, and I could see the Vipra there, the Pandita, Vishishya Prajna, and I could see that, and putting my, salutation and namaskara, let me start my talk. And from the ancient Indian perspective, including the Buddhist perspective, and Professor Siddharth will explain more, Chaitanya, Mahachaitanya, Shuddha Chaitanya is consciousness. Whereas the scientific point of view, the Western world, the Chaitanya, the loosely translated to the consciousness is the awakeness, alertness, and that is for Jagrata Avastha for us in the Indian point of view. So let me not get into the definition. If anyone here is from the Western world, they would think that, if you see the huge cloud or the cosmos, and that is the physical world, and a physical being, a human being, animal, birds, must be having consciousness within it. But why it happens? Because the Greeks and the earlier philosophers told anything. Aristotle said hylomorphism. He said everything in this world has to be a matter and energy. Every matter must be having a shape and structure. If there is no shape, and it must be a chaos. Hence, everything is chaos if there is no structure and shape for the Greeks' philosophy. And the chaos is everything. And if mind and consciousness we talk about, where is in existence? Where is the material? And it must be a chaos. And he said in a monkey's mind, possibly in ancient Indian perspective, we believe the humans take the birth humans after 84 lakhs of janmas. Hence, we must be going back and forth to different insects, birds and plants once again. And monkey birds are flying all the time, possibly. Monkey mind is flying. So what about mind and consciousness then? And that is because there is no matter. If there is no matter as for the Greeks' philosophy, it must not be real. But the modern science does not believe that, because the modern science started 15th century, 16th century, 17th century, of course based on the Greek philosophy, but I will come to that. But Eastern world, talk about Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, or the Sanatana Dharma, and you can talk about many. The entire cosmos or the universe is full of consciousness, Maha Chaitanya. But the person or the people or anybody who is within it is a physical world embodied with the consciousness. There is a huge diametric difference is there. Please, students, please think about that. Everything is made up of Purusha and Prakriti. Para, apara, I think everything has been talked about. I think there is some problem here. Start your pre-trial. Okay, sorry, buy this. I'm sorry about that. Something has popped up. Okay, close. Okay, let me jump everything. Then what is ultimate here? Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. For us, chaos is perfectly okay because it is part of the Prakriti. And the Prakriti is natural. If my hairs are tossed here and there, that is a Prakriti. If I comb it, that is a Samskriti. If the grass is growing, just like that, tree, forest, that is a Prakriti. If you make a garden, like what Professor Karad sir has made it here, that is a Samskriti. Hence, Prakriti is perfectly chaotic for us in the Indian perspective, perfectly okay with it. And then this modern science started off from the Greeks' philosophy, but they started struggling. How do we prove that matter exists? They felt, okay, it has to be somewhere material. It's a byproduct of the mind or the brain. Hence, because of the byproducts, materials are produced in the brain, and that we are catching hold of. So, this is something interesting. And if you call that, what we say, sorry. So, epiphenomenon, that is what it is. And then various attempts have been done, a lot of work has been done. I will not get into the detail because time is ticking, because it's not enough to talk about such a huge consciousness. But then acetylcholine, neurotransmitters, brain, I think Dr. Deepak Ranade is here, the brain and which has so many neurons, we can go up to 100 billion neurons, different parts of the brains have different actions, neuro network is there, so many molecules are released. Where are we looking for? And you can see that different mood has different molecules. Is it because molecules are released, hence that's the reason you feel it? There is a molecule called Anandamide. My friend Anand is here. If you eat ice cream, Anandamide is released. Is it because ice cream is releasing the molecule? Or after you feel happy, the molecules are released? Nobody knows about it still today. Hence, the modern science still cannot define exactly what is this Shuddha Chaitanya, Maha Chaitanya, higher consciousness, ultimate reality is all about. Hence, we need to merge. And if you go quickly, the Dr. Melvin Goodale, the great scientist, back in 1990s was looking at the patients had a brain injuries or a visual agnosia. They were totally in a vegetative state. They can't respond. But they had a sleep and they woke up, but they could not see anybody, anything, what's happening. But they had some kind of unconscious brain or something is there. And he started turning towards philosophy. The ancient philosopher of the West and the Orient and the doctors or the scientists started merging, and melding of the science starts. And here comes a twist. Philosophers and the scientists are melding together. And here comes a higher consciousness. You cannot deny that only science can't do it. We need a philosophers and the philosophy. Especially, I feel proud to have Oriental philosophy or the ancient Indian philosophy, including the Taoism and everything. You can see here, almost everywhere, I felt that the Bible, that Jesus says that consider every neighbor as your brother. But Vedas says, whatever I've studied, Sarvatma Ahamatma. Everybody is my Atma. You can see everything is here. That comes from here. Sarvatma Bhava. Everyone is one. That is ultimate consciousness. So now what happens? You can see in the brain, sorry, there's something jumping. You can see in the brain here, the person who is in the vegetative state, totally unaware of everything. He can only open eyes. He doesn't respond. But when they talked about playing tennis or a happy moment, same amount of chemicals released in the certain part of the brain for the normal person. That means who is releasing these molecules? Because as for the modern science, he is unaware. He is unconscious. Where is the consciousness? And that we talk about. Melding of the philosophy science, I told. I think Professor Vishwashanti Karad sir talked about many people, and I know that he has installed some idols. I will not say murtis, because there doesn't have prana pratishtha there. David Hume and Hegel and Immanuel Kant and everybody. And the famous, I don't want to dwell into that, Schrodinger, Einstein, Penrose we talked about, Wheeler we talked about, it from the bit. Everywhere the biggest things change because we said atom is indivisible. It cannot be broken. But that proved wrong. We have subatoms, we have quarks, leptons, go on further. If the Western philosophy is correct, everything is made up of matter and energy. When we keep breaking, where do I find a matter and where do I find energy? Where did they go? So we need to ponder on this, isn't it? So Western philosophy is a knowledge which is the existence of human life when you see it, whereas Eastern philosophy fully denies human self. Everything is human consciousness, is the ultimate consciousness. We believe that Eastern philosophies believe it is not just the intellectual information, the consciousness. It is a total transformation for all of us. And that is the ultimate reality for us. We don't believe in the intellectual information. We believe the complete transformation. So, if that is the case, why we turn towards philosophy? Yes, we can't answer neuroscience, brain science, we talk about any science. We can't pinpoint and say, oh, this is the ultimate consciousness. We still are worried what to say. Second thing, the lack of philosophical and research material to prove that, okay, who is the true self in the brain? Atom is indivisible, I said. Further what? Where exactly? Mental telepathy. Reincarnation, the West says, but we have been saying Punarjanma exists, and we have proofs for that. I mean, at least experiments. And we have talked about other things like out-of-the-body experiences. This makes us to believe there is something different, something ultra or heavy or Maha Chaitanya, something must be there. Whether East or West, whether it is a dicot, whether it may be diametrically opposite. But one thing is certain, all of the people, every religion, every person in the earth, they feel that something they are connecting to something superpower. Somewhere they feel out of the body experience. Some spiritual power is there. And what is it? I proudly say we can call it because our Vedic Sanatana Dharma, we can call he, she or it. So I need time. I have 3 minutes anyway. Quickly, we can see. I can quickly talk about the Vedic philosophy here. I have to rush. Here, when we talk about the science and where philosophy connecting, the Bhraguvalli from the Upanishads of the Taittiriya Upanishads from the Krishna Yajurveda, he goes and asks his guru, his father Varuna, Adiho Brahmeti. The guru says, Tapasa Brahma Vijijnasava. Go and do tapasya. I will keep talking Sanskrit because that's how it is. And he just goes and does, and he understands that Annam Brahmeti Vijijnatava. Annam is Brahma. And he feels that no, it's all materialistic body. Anna, it's not Brahma. Again, go and ask. Oh, go and do tapasya. Now he says that, oh, prajnanam Brahma, pranam Brahma. Oh, prana is Brahma. But vital process enough? No, nothing, something more is there. Manomaya, mano brahmeti vijajnat. Oh, no, that's not enough. Go further. And he says that, oh, vijnanam brahmeti. Oh, why vijnana? Because simple mind, the mentation is not good enough. You need to have a discriminative knowledge that is much beyond simple mentation. Hence vijijnasava, vishishta jnana. He goes further and say, anandam brahmeti. Oh, the ultimate happiness is Brahma. But we are human beings. We can't ask stop questions. He asked, who is this Brahma? Who is deciding all this Brahma? Oh, then he said that, oh, where I am? Parame vyoman vivasthitaha. I am in the Vyoma Akasha of Guhara, Radaya Guhara. I am the Paramatma. I am the Para. And then we go first. Kena Upanishad. The question itself is the Upanishad. Kena. Ask questions. He asked a beautiful question. I have just 1 or 2 minutes. I will request the chair. He asked a student. Student asked a guru. Look at this. How students were asking questions. It is unfair to say that Indian philosophy never asked a question. Only Socrates asked the questions. We are full of questions and answers, dialogues, not a monologue. And kenoshitam patati, I will not read because it takes time. Kenoshitam pashati preshitam manaha kena pranaha. Who is this? Who is inspired by whom I am thinking? Inspired by which light and the power I am prana, my breathing is there. By whom I am able to speak, my vak shakti. Then the guru says, shotasya shotam, pranasya pranaha. Means it is the ear of the ear, mind of the mind, body of the body. Beautiful. Then he said that still ask. I still don't understand. He said that which can't be expressed by the mind or a speech, but without which speech cannot be done. By which you cannot see, without whom, but with whom you can see it. It goes on beautifully. Time is short. I have still 3 minutes. Mandukya Upanishad, I think someone touched upon. It's a very beautiful one. The Janaka Raja, he was sleeping, he had a dream. That is called the dream stage, Sapnavastha. He becomes a beggar. And he gets up with heartbeats go up for him. And gets up and he calls his assistant, where am I? I was the king. Oh, then he goes and asks everybody, ये सत्य है, वो सत्य है. मैं king था, हूँ, but dream में तो I was sweating. Then the rishi says, na ye satya hai, na wo satya hai. Ultimate satya is different. And he says that, na anta prajna, na bha prajna. Nothing. He keeps going and then says, I'm whom? The ultimate consciousness is Shantam Shivam Advaitam Chaturthakam Manyante Vivekinaha. Even the rishi is so down to earth that tells by Vivekina, he himself said, I will not say. And this is a figurative speech that Shivam, waking, Jagrata, Mandukya Upanishad, and the Kashmiri Pandit is called Turiya Tita, but we say Chaturtha. That what last 1 or 2 slides with request that Karana and Karya, we will not talk about that. If Karana and Karya, Para and Prakriti, if Prakriti is different from the Karya or the Karana, then who is then? That means we human beings, Jivatma, some people talked about, is different from the Paramatma. Somewhere we have some power. But this Upanishad, beautifully it talks about Mandukya Upanishad tells, no, the Para and the Prakriti is within like the spider. And the spider, I don't know how many of you seen, please see in the YouTube, or if you can't see it, spider spins out the cobweb and takes back into everything. And that is called the Laya and the Srashti. And further, I would like to talk about this experiential word of the Brahmajnanis. It's very difficult to find Brahmajnanis, I believe. But then, when Adi Shankaracharya was asked by the Gaudapada, what he says, all of us know, Nirvana Suktam, Mano Buddhya Ahankara, Chittani Naham, Nacha Shotra Jivhe, Na Granati, Nacha Grana Netre, Nacha Vyoma Bhumir, Tejo Navayuhu, Chidananda Rupa, Shivoham. Again, the Hastala Malaka talks the same thing to Adi Shankaracharya. Our great Santa Jnaneshwara, maybe I may make mistake while saying in Marathi, but Jet hai samsari cha chitra, I can understand that. Umate, Manorup phat phate, jaise sarovar aate, sarovar dry ho gaya. Where is it? Maga Pratima nahi. It's such a beautiful one. And that also, Jnaneshwara, Santa Jnaneshwara says so beautifully, the golden necklace, golden chain, embroidered by golden wire only, not even the silk thread. Hence there is no difference. Everything is gold. When I go to the ornament, Abharana, golden Ranka jewelers, for him, if you want to sell the gold, everything is gold. If you want to buy a gold for Ranka jewelers, it is jewelers, jewelry. So difference comes for whom? That we see. Now this is the Hamsa. I can see the birds are flying, and the Hamsa is white for us, and that is the Vyavaharika Satya. Maya, Pratibhasika Satya. We feel that, okay, we are different and this world is different, and we are all within the Paramatika Satya, which is the ultimate supreme Brahman. And how do I realize? Let me remove this Maya. It's not so easy to remove Maya because she'll come behind you everywhere, she's within you. And if it goes, what remains is ultimate reality. And however, in the day-to-day reality, we have a Paramatika Satya, we have the Vyavaharika Satya, we can't forget about it. But seeing together everyone, that's what Bhagavad Gita says, Samabhavinaha. Everywhere you see Samabhava. Now if you see carefully, are we within the consciousness? Whether you call him Vishnu, whether you call him Parabrahma, whether you call him Shri Bhagavati, whether you call it, doesn't matter. But together they make a magnetic field. We have different views, opposite views maybe, but together we have to make a beautiful universe. Need to transcend all pairs of the opposite into Dvandva into one. Because in the Vedas says, Tvitiya Dvai Bhavayam Bhavati. In my office, in my room, if I'm all alone, I'm perfectly fine. When I start feeling some bhuta is there, someone is entering, then I start getting afraid because someone else, second person has come into picture. Vedas say there is nothing called second. Everything is Advitiyam, Advaita, Dvaita to begin with. You can see duality everywhere. In depth, it is only one. So one suggestion for all the students and the professors, my experience, is a lack of appropriate linguistic connections. Many people I start seeing that very loosely translate all the Sanskrit words into English words and you miss the essence. I'm very sorry, students, don't do that. Don't read, I don't want to say don't read translated books. If possible, study Sanskrita. You feel the essence of the real word, you feel it.